Unknown, how's it going, buddy? I know that made me. I know it made me sound like I'm really sick. I'm okay. I'm just having some coffee, cold coffee, and whenever I have like a cold drink, I don't know. My voice does that for a few minutes. It's fine. I'm not sick. It's fine. I'm a little sick, but like no sicker than I was yesterday. It's fine. Devil, how's it going, buddy? Appreciate you popping by. Obviously, I know you're behind. Get fucking rolled, idiot. No, I understand drinking anything. Yeah, exactly. Right? Okay, I'm not weird. That's fine. Finishing out this fucking volume, and we're moving on to what people claim is a really good volume. I'm home all day today, so if we end on like a really hype note, if we want to do like a couple of chapters of volume 5, we can probably eke that out too. But we're chilling. That's not horrible. Try to stall a bit if I can get the PC, but yeah, I'm gonna be doing the regular games and stuff anyway. Kami, don't worry. You have like 15-20 minutes. Have you put the CMOS battery back? How'd that go? Kami telling to stall in this economy? I know, it's crazy. Oh, they're telling you to try with just one RAM stick to see if that would stock. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, try with one. See if that. See if the system at least boots up with that. So it would be something like that. Okay, that's not okay. That's also not horrible. So it should be like THU Okay. Maybe it's not TH, but it's like so it probably starts with a T. Something. Okay. I feel like it has to be like this. Oh! What if I try this? Fucking cringe. Ho! How's it going, buddy? How you doing? How's it going? From the was testing a single letter. Shut up! No. Yeah, it's either 100. Listen, if it was the correct letter, it's 1,000 IQ move. If it's if it's not the right letter, it's a fucking 70 IQ move. Almost no one's gonna get. I got a 60 in a course that's been the bane of my existence for a year. 60's okay. We're good with 60. Then we're chilling. Fuck it, boys. We take it. Listen, I'm not gonna lie to you, okay? In high school, my average was like 92 or something, and my average passing on the dot. Let's go. My average was like 92, and the only reason it was 92 was because I had a fucking 70 in chemistry, and the only reason I had a fucking 70 even. Listen, I'm dog shit at chemistry. I don't know how to do the. If you put two chemicals together, what is it? Big? I don't know, man. I can't do that. Okay, I don't know. Covalent bonds and fucking ionic. I don't understand. Okay, I don't. I'm sorry. I tried. Fuck it, didn't work. Okay. So the only reason I even got a 70, my teacher, who's kind of a bitch, I'm not gonna lie to you, okay? Listen, I don't like throwing out on the B word because that's mean, but she was kind of a bitch, okay? And it's not just me saying that. Fuck it, everyone said that, okay? She really liked like a honey cruller donut, so every Monday on the dot, her class was right after lunch, so I would get her a honey cruller. That is the only reason I even had a 70. I should not have. I don't know if I ever got a 70 in that class ever. It was so bad, dude. What the fuck is this word? It's gonna be like from 100 without trying to. God, please, dude. Hope the transition from high school to uni. That was not lying. The transition from high school to uni hits you like a truck. Because all throughout elementary school, middle school, high school, you have been conditioned to like, I don't really need to pay attention in class. I never need to fucking study at home. I just kind of show up and it all kind of already makes sense. Like it's not that difficult. And I get great marks. And then the first year of uni, you think like, oh, it's going to be the fucking same thing here too. And you realize, damn, this bitch ain't the same at all. This shit is not intuitive. Holy fuck. So you don't realize this until like your first set of midterms, because at the first like couple weeks of the year they're going over like really basic shit, because it's like, listen, we gotta catch the fucking slow people up, right? So you go, oh, same as everything else, you know, it just all makes sense, it's so obvious, yeah, I know all this, no problem. And then you just stop showing up to class and you're like, I'm gonna be fine. And then like midterms are coming, you're like, okay, let me just go to a couple classes, you know, make sure everything, and you show up and you go, fuck. Okay, no, it's fine. Listen, I haven't shown up in a while. I'm gonna go home. I'm gonna open text. I'm gonna read for like an hour, and I'll be all caught up. It's no problem. And then you start reading the text, and you're like, this makes no fucking sense. What are you talking about? Excuse me? What the fuck? We're making shit up, are we? What the fuck is this? And you get fucking rolled your first year, bro. Oh my god, I remember my first year. I got fucking rolled. I don't know, my average was like disgusting. My average was like 71. Good thing was it was uni and my parents had given up on dude, hope, genuine. Good thing was it was uni and my parents had stopped asking me what my grades were, because they were just like, hey, no, you're smart, it's fine. So no one ever fucking knew. Mic is dying. Is something wrong with the mic? I'm sorry. Can you guys not hear me okay? Interesting. Hey. I don't see anything for me. Is something wrong with the mic? Wait, can someone tell me something wrong with the mic, or my mic? Oh my god, what the f is that? Unknown. My go. Hold on. I was thinking Thum, but that wasn't a word. Thum or Thule? Good Paul. By the way, can someone fucking tell me, is Kami just fucking with me, or is my mic okay? Or is my mic fucked? Your mic is okay? He is Kami's tweaking? It's okay? Okay. Fucking took you guys 4 times me asking. Jesus fuck. Yeah. And then second year you start to like kind of come to terms with like, okay, I'm actually gonna have to show up to class and kind of pay a little bit of attention. And then it's uphill from there. But yeah, there's a steep drop off. Okay, rubber duck, Pikachu. I'm thinking like school bus, things that are yellow as fuck. Butter? Anyone saying anything else? School bus, rubber duck, Pikachu. Have you ever told whose honorific name is your favorite? I have. I gotta find it again because I don't remember off the top of my head. But I remember there was one that was like by far the best. Calc 2 were frying me. It wasn't. Calc was fine for me. It was fucking statistics that fucking killed me, dude. Ugh. Where did I put honorific names? I gotta find them. Hold on. I'm doing them next year. The fuck is a sea dog? I don't know. There's most stuff, but it's conceptually easier. I don't know. I had a tough time with it. I'm not gonna lie to you. Let's see if I pass the exams or pass away. It's cute. It's cute. You're gonna be okay, buddy. You're gonna be okay. Butter, salt, steak, sea dog? What the fuck do you think that is? Butter, salt, steak, sea dog? Doesn't make any sense. Pikachu, butter, duck, bus. That's what I was thinking. I didn't think butter was a good choice, but we can go with that. Fuck it. Let's go! Oh my god, Hope. You and I. Same. Nice. I feel like I remember Death somewhere. Like, Death had a really cool honorific name. I don't think I'm making that up. Or even, listen, as much as I dislike him, the true creator has a really hard one too. The fucking degenerate nature of all things or whatever. Oh, that shit's hard as fuck. Oh. You rack the balls in pool, you use a cue, you break and pocket. Pool terms. Harsh, how's it going, man? I thought you had started reading by now. Hi, Dr. Z. Sorry, we're stalling a little bit. Kami's computer is bricked, so we're just trying to slow. I'm just trying to slow roll a little bit, not too much, just so that hopefully he can get up and running for music. If not, I'll start in a little bit. Yeah, we lost the music overlord. I think he went to sleep. Now I'm talking to him right now, brother. I'm literally talking to him right now. I told him to clear his CMOS. Yeah, he cleared his CMOS. We had him boot the computer with one stick of RAM. It's working now. Yeah, no, we got it coming. It's all good. Or double, sorry. So now he's in the desk. He's like on the desktop main screen. He's okay now. So now he's gonna try adding just a new stick of RAM, see if that works okay. But apparently his mouse is not working for some fucking reason. But there's no fucking way. Sorry, that's who I'm like typing to. RAM issues in this economy. I know, dude. I bought not too long ago. I doubled my RAM because I was like, shit. I should. And good thing was it wasn't that expensive because one, I got it off Marketplace, and two, it's DDR4 not 5, so it's like not too expensive. And I put it in, and my fucking entire setup doesn't work. And I'm like, there's no fucking way, brick, that I can't stream. And so it took like a day before I. Let's go, baby! We're back! Look at that. Hey, Kami, how's it going, buddy? Kami was hating on me. Let's go! Just a few days ago, I called another pharmacy telling them what to do. I was helping them, and then their motherboard, I was like, not my fault. I want to be clear. It was not me, brother. Note is still looking at RAM stick info. When I thought I spent $400, I almost crashed out. Yeah. I got two 16 DDS. They're working so good. Yeah, I had two 16 gigs sticks as well. And then a couple months back, I started having this issue where, obviously, one is the computer as it keeps running for longer and longer, it builds up fucking software, so it keeps eating away at like RAM and shit, right? Like I started having this issue where on 32 gigs RAM, which is fucking nuts, by the way, my Chrome tabs would crash when I was streaming. Like my music would crash, or it was no problem. I just had to restart, but it was like fucking annoying. I was like, okay. So I found another two sticks of RAM, the exact same ones for like 32 gigs also, for I think it was like $80 or so. It was a great deal. And the best part, the guy lived 2 doors down. He was like literally 2 doors down, my neighbor. So he was like, hey, when are you coming? I was like, I'm just gonna walk over, buddy. I'll be right there. It's no problem. So I went, tossed it in. Took like an afternoon of troubleshooting because it gave me, I think, similar troubles to what Kami was having. And then bang, up and running. And now I have 64 gigs of RAM, which is fucking nuts because I shouldn't need that much. But here we are. I've been upgrading my PC. I made my PC in 21 or 22. I'm gonna have to upgrade soon because she was not built with streaming in mind. She does great, by the way. She does great, but she was not built with streaming in mind, so definitely has some issues. But I need money for that, so in time, boys, in time. Fuck it. Okay, we're playing LOTM. I don't know. I'm not getting this shit. This games are whack today. What is this? Sharon. 5th Epoch, Church of the Fool, Rose School. Miss Messenger? What is her God-given name? Yeah. No, it's fine. I don't blame him. I'm ahead of him I'm ahead of him in COI, so it's okay. It's okay, you know. Embarrassing for him, but whatever. Merrick. Okay, 5th Epoch, male, sequence 6. Introduced after. Did the output get sent to YouTube? Why should it matter whether you have one viewer? No, Hope, it's not how many viewers you have. That doesn't have any impact on it. The distribution to viewers is done on YouTube servers. That's no problem. It's because streaming requires a lot of CPU power, and my CPU doesn't have like the number of cores that's probably good for it to have for this. So I start having like stuttering issues, and I start having like obviously most of the time because my screen is turned off to you guys because you're just seeing me. But did you ever think one day you'd know more about Lord of the Mysteries than Romero? It's sad. Darius PC blowing up on donation begs to differ. What do you mean? It's not chained. Yeah, sequence 6. Is it Emlyn? Ooh, okay. Male, even higher. Danitz. Let's go! Don't ever doubt me. I got this. Who said I'm not good at Lord of the Mysteries stuff? I did. I'm shit at it. To him, there's something more important than like, I don't fucking know, bro. I'm on. I don't know. Adam. Let's go. That's so peak. Okay. I think Kami's, when Dara gets a lot of donation, her stream crashes. Oh, wow. Do you want me to feel sorry for her? Oh, Sag. Oh my god. When she gets a lot of money, her computer crashes. Oh my god. F's in the chat, everybody. Oh my. How is she gonna manage? Get the fuck out of here. Seer, how's it going, buddy? Yeah, no. We're starting. Okay, I want to know why that happens. She's doing it on purpose to get sympathy, to get more donos. But that's just a theory, a game. I'm sorry. I don't know. Now that's perfect for me. I'm not there later and I was afraid I would miss the stream. Chillin'. Nice. If I go... No, that... Oh, idiot. Go the other way. I promise. I'm gonna start reading in like 5 minutes. I think Kami should be fine now. Okay, I think Kami should be. What's the issue with Kami's PC? He added a new Jesus Christ. He added a new RAM stick. When he did that, it gave him some debug lights. I'm relatively sure it was just because he seeded one of them incorrectly, and so the system was. What the fuck is going on here? So that's this issue the system was having. Dude, what is this? Why here? What? Bro, what is even this? Like yeah, I think he bought 2 new RAM sticks to upgrade his RAM. I don't understand what this fucking puzzle was. Road to Zugzwang. Jesus Christ, get me away from here. This is way too high a level for me, bro. Yeah, like he bought 2 new RAM sticks to add to his current 2 to like double his RAM, I think. Unless there's no way he bought fucking different sized ones, right? Did he? Oh, he mixed RAM kits. Oh, okay. I didn't know he had mixed them. Oh shit. Okay. Fuck. That's a separate issue altogether. I don't claim to have any. What in this shit? I don't claim to have any knowledge of that. I just know you shouldn't do that. Beyond that, I don't know. Should I immediately think if he has issues? I didn't even consider it because I've just always been told like, hey, never do that. So I didn't even consider it. Kami makes it. Yeah, it's okay. Unknown. It's okay. It is what it is. No point crying about it. No, okay, Hope, don't say it like that, okay? Don't make this weird. What in the oh my god. Bro, I gotta stop talking. I'm genuinely getting rolled. Never mind, I can't. Talking was apparently not the issue. I'm also wondering if his new one has more or less. Because if it's more, or sorry, if the new ones are less and the old ones have what the fuck? What is it called? What is the RAM overclock called? Like X something? I can't remember. Depending on if it's AMD or Intel, I suppose, but there's like a term for it. I can't remember. I'm wondering if he's over XMP. Yes, thank you. If he has XMP enabled on his existing RAM modules and then he adds new ones, that may also be causing the issue. 216 new ones, 2x8 old ones. Oh, okay. I'd probably recommend just putting in the 216s now, seeing if that runs. Because I'm gonna assume maybe the issue is, again, one, it's never guaranteed to run with mixed anyway. But second is, if there's XMP enabled on your old ones and not on the new ones, Or actually, XMP90 might not. I mean, XMP might be part of the problem, but if their speeds are different altogether, then that's like the least of the issue. So I would just try with just the 2x16s, and then later on, if you want to, we can try with the 2x8s. Turn off XMP, put them to their standard speed, and then try plugging them in after, seeing if that seems to fix the issue. I don't know. What the fuck, Jesus. Dude, what is happening? If you have 4 slots, put them. Yeah, no, we did that. See, we're doing that in the. Sorry, I'm trying to help out Kami. Will sponsor Kami with a new RAM kit? Dude, if he needs it, it's okay. I'll help him. It's all good. He's a valuable member of the community. I'm not gonna hang him out to dry. It's okay. Dude, he needs like 2 fucking. Fuck me, dude. Sorry. He needs like 2 16x2 RAM in for DDR4. I promise. I'll send him the money if he needs it. It's fine. No. He bought DDR4 for sure. Yeah, so if he needs it, I'll help him out. It's okay. What do I look like not helping out someone who helps me out so much? Still around 250. Are you out of your fucking mind? But I kind of need an upgrade too. Yeah, buddy, even I don't have the fucking recommended settings for the Lord of the Mysteries game, okay? Even I don't have that. So, yeah. Okay. Yeah, someone did mention that it's Unreal 5. Although I will be honest, I don't know why people hate on Unreal 5 so much. It seems... I'm not super familiar with it. I'm not going to pretend to be, if I'm honest. But I've like, people just hate on it, and I never understood why. My 3060 is coughing. Brother, yeah, my 3070 is going to be doing the same, okay? I promise. My 3070 is starting to show its age, okay? Listen, if Kami needs it, he can let me know. I'll fucking mail him a new RAM kit. I can go get a set of Corsair Vengeance for like $150, 3200 megahertz. It's nearly the RAM I have. It's minus 3600. Wait, do you have a... I have a 3070, Devil. I have a 3070. Yes, you have a significantly better computer than me at the moment, for sure. I will upgrade in time, okay? I will. Where did you find RAM that low prices? I have my ways. There's an underground RAM market. The word swindler hung around in the air, leaving Lumion and the others in a stunned silence. Surely they couldn't be that unlucky, right? Yebus had warned them about the possibility of running into swindlers during the under the table deal, but Franka's previous experiences with the transaction had always been reliable. Plus, the blood gold ring had been accepted this time around. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know. Alright, then keep your secrets. Hey, listen, since my parents, I need to put some effort into actually cleaning the house now. No worries, Hope. Bye, buddy. But for now, the four of them had no choice but to wait patiently. Hidden in the dark, watery light, they watched as the scene unfolded. As the night wore on, Lumion and his companions nibbled on the rations he'd packed for Ludwig, kept in the traveler bag to keep his hunger at bay. Close to 10 p.m., Morin and Vigny strode into the study, leaving the wooden door wide open, sinking into his armchair beneath the gas wall lamp, grabbing a book from a nearby pile and flipping through. The Purifiers team tasked with his protection remained stationed at the door as usual. Morin had always insisted on this arrangement. He'd even signed contracts with the Purifiers, Hive Mind and Bureau 8, acknowledging that he was willing to take on the risk. The security detail understood. A politician's study likely concealed all sorts of secrets. Keeping people with beyond their powers from entering was a way for Morin to protect himself. As was custom, Morin left the study wide open instead of shutting it, making it simpler for the Purifiers to keep an eye. While perusing the books, Morin would occasionally glance up at the full-length mirror positioned just out of the Purifier's line of sight. At the same time, Lumin's eyes, hidden within the mirror, glinted a silver black. Peering through the glass, he studied Morin's River of Fate. Looking closer, he confirmed the Minister of Industry had indeed gained several new fate tributaries involved with stepping into the mirror, one of them even cloaked in a thick black hue. Seizing the moment when Morin ducked his head to resume reading, Lumion reached into his right palm from the mirror and pressed it firmly against the glass. He then unleashed his remaining spirituality, turning it into a raging phantom river that surged towards the mercury stream, symbolizing Morin's fate from a few meters away. Compelling fate. Channeling the spirituality he had accumulated using his ascetic abilities, Lumion quickly withdrew his palm to avoid tipping off Morin. He gave Franka and the others a nod, signaling that the under-the-table deal and his fate compelling had been successful. As for the exact moment when Morin would embark, Lumion couldn't say. That was beyond him. Franka and Jenna let out sighs of relief, not daring to speak lest they alert Morin, who had possessed mirror-related abilities. They shared their understanding with Lumion with gratified smiles. They retreated into their position, preparing for the upcoming ambush. Okay, can I be completely honest? I get that we're killing him because he's a mirror person, but why do we have such a problem with mirror people in general? Like, this just feels like discrimination. Just because they're born different than you, we gotta kill them? Come on. What, the guy's just, what is he doing to you? They retreated to their positions, preparing for an ambush. Just as fate was being compelled, Morin's spirituality abruptly sensed a warning, filling him with a feeling of impending danger. I did think that too. Okay, I'm not crazy, right? Like, I feel like we're basically just saying like, oh wow, he looks different than me. Kill him. Like, okay, for what, bro? What did we do? Eve, how's it going? The mirror message he had received at dusk sprang to mind, and he'd started to suspect that the unknown enemy the Overseer had mentioned was plotting something. Unable to resist, don't say fuck these mirrors, bro. Yeah, exactly, Dr. Z. She's left-handed. She's clearly a witch. Burn her at the stake. Like, bro, what? Unable to resist, Morin glanced at the mirror once more, debating whether to flee into it and abandon the place before the Purifiers had a chance to react. He yearned to shed his current identity and vanish. Fighting back his impulses, he turned his head to look at the Purifiers. If you saw an evil mirror person come out of a mirror, what would you do? Okay, that question presupposes evil. You understand that, right? Like, you did the same thing that they're doing, that I have a problem with. You just presupposed evil. The better question would be, if you saw a mirror whiz walk out of the mirror, what would you do? and be like, probably try to talk to him first before I can go to stab him in the heart. Am I evil? Teehee, what do you consider? Okay, so I kill a few people when I get the urge. Am I evil? I don't think so, but you know, make your choice. No. I mean, they're all miserable. He probably hates you. Wrong. They're opposites. I'm miserable, so he's the happy one. Checkmate. I'm sorry. Fighting back his impulses, he turned his head to look at the purifier standing guard. There could be a trap lurking behind the mirror. His best bet was to pray that the Beyonders would be able to shield him. This is Trier, and I'm a minister. Right then, his valet appeared at the door, carrying a glass of warm milk. Drinking the milk before showering and brushing his teeth was part of Morin's nightly routine. The purifiers carried out their standard checks before permitting the valet to enter. Your milk, sir. What are you, a fucking child? The valet said deferentially, extending a white porcelain cup, brimming to the liquid. 2 new ones work, so worst case as you gain 16 RAM. Let's go! Nice. Okay. I think it's literally just a mix. I didn't know you... I didn't even consider that you mixed the RAM. But it makes sense. It's better to have 2 16 ones anyway than have 4 8s. This one's better anyway. Drinking warm milk as a grown... I know, right? Like, it's giving me Homelander vibes. I know it's not breast milk. It's not stated to be breast milk, but like it's still giving me Homelander vibes. It might have just been that, but good to have you back, buddy. Morin Avigny had made immense contributions to Intis's industrial growth and had been awarded the Legion of Honor. Nodding his head, Morin reached out his hand to accept the glass. All of a sudden, he noticed the valet's eyes cloud over. A heartbeat later, the valet's mouth flew open and he vomited. What he spat out was a solid, writhing chunk of cold or blood-colored flesh hurtled at Morin. The flesh swiftly ballooned, morphing into a cloak of flesh and blood that wrapped around Morin. It wriggled inward, seeming to force its way into the minister's body. In the mirror, LEMMiNO was stunned. It's Mr. K. Why is he trying to kill Morin? With a sharp crack, Morin cocooned in the flesh and blood cloak, transforming into a mirror and shattered. Nearly simultaneously, the purifiers at the door sprang in action, a column of pure white wreathed in flames plummeting from the sky. Oh, let me change let me put on fight music. See, Kami's not here, but I'm trying to make the effort, god damn it. Nearly simultaneously, the purifiers at the door sprang into action, a column of pure light wreathed in flames plummeting from the sky. Witnessing this, Morin spun around without hesitation and lunged at the mirror closest to him. He had already revealed the mirror substitute to the purifiers. Short of eliminating every witness, he would undoubtedly face intense scrutiny later on. His only option was to take advantage of the chaos and escape through the mirror world, while the purifiers tangled with the assassin. As he watched, Morin's figure loom larger and larger near the mirror, a thought struck Lumion. Could this be fate? He retreated and disappeared instantly. A moment later, Morin's figure passed through the mirror, emerging behind a hazy, shadowy-looking glass. The purifiers outside were shocked. At the same time, they grasped that something was wrong with the target under their protection. Their attention wavered. Taking advantage of this distraction, Mr. K changed grazing targets and teleported away. In the space behind the mirror, Morin didn't linger, promptly activating mirror traversal and changing positions to throw off any pursuers. Just then, he felt his body grow heavier, his movements constrict, stopping him from slipping into a dark tunnel, as though something had seized him. Right after that, Morin sensed the invisible threads coiling around his limbs and torso. With his share of powers, he pinpointed the source of the threads. They were close. Morin angled his head marginally and peered at the empty corner. His eyes flashed with blind lightning bolts, psychic piercing. The lightning lanced out, hitting the empty spot. A sharp cracking rang out, shattering shards of glass. At the same time, Jenna emerged, gripping a small, elegant revolver. Bang! She squeezed the trigger, targeting Morin's vest. The yellow bullet wreathed in silent black flame struck his body with precision. Morin deployed mirror substitution yet again. As the mirror rained down shards, his figure materialized in a different corner. Franca and Jenna had vanished without a trace. Squeeze the target. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, she's a demoness. Okay, I'm sorry. Feeling the intangible threads enveloping around him, Morin thrust out his right palm and intoned in Hermes. Invisibility is prohibited here. The instant he uttered those words, innumerable transparent spider silk undulated throughout the area, resembling seaweed, blanketing a concoction of the sea. Franca, garbed as an assassin, and Jenna, clad in a black attire, respectively, circled or advanced, poised to strike yet again. Realizing that the two foes couldn't touch him for a moment and that the invisible spider silk hadn't constricted him, Morin had no time for a counterattack. He immediately sought to use mirror traversal. This is canon. Seer, in one of the chapters, Franca says, if my sequence didn't give me advanced control of my throat muscles, okay? That is a canon thing. Shadow, how's it going, buddy? Out of nowhere, Morin's eyes bulged, his expression contorting. 15, Dr. Z. His body shattered yet again, assuming the shape of a mirror. Not far off, Anthony, dressed as a veteran, appeared. Bro, I love how Anthony is like, bro, we're going to fight. You know, I could just be wearing, like, black or, like, dark-colored outfits so that I'm less visible. And he's like, nah, I'm going in there with that shit on, boys. They're gonna know about my deeds. He had just cast Frenzy on Morin. The prohibition of invisibility didn't constrain him since he wasn't invisible. However, Morin himself hadn't been looking in Anthony's direction. After employing mirror substitution multiple times, Morin materialized on the far side of the space, putting distance between him, Franca, Jenna, and Anthony. Grasping that yet another enemy had entered the fray, he fled with intensity. Right as Morin was poised to activate mirror traversal, Franca lowered her hood, unveiling her radiant features. As she did, the diamond necklace adorning her neck emitted a subtle glow. Beatrice's necklace. Morin's body flushed with heat, his gaze magnified to Franca's lake blue eyes. Her high, delicate nose bridge, her flawless skin, her crimson lips. For a moment, his desire to escape slipped his mind. This activation of the Beatrice necklace didn't pose a threat to Morin's life, so it failed to trigger mirror substitution. Morin lacked the time to deploy it himself. His craving swelled beyond his control. But to me, Anthony is literally Idris Elba. Interesting. I would have gone with the other guy, Jason Statham. I feel like he'd do a good. Thing too. Good Anthony too. A demoness of pleasure didn't possess an innately proactive charm, but she could maximize her allure to irresistible levels. Even under normal circumstance, her magnetism could make most men unable to shift their gaze away. Morin had certainly never been an ascetic in his lust. It was inflamed by the Beatrice necklace. His focus was locked solely on Franca now. Imagination running wild with tantalizing possibilities. His heart pounding. His movements affected, swift but erratic, a dawn-like glow emanating from Morin's body, marking Franca as the target of his righteous punishment. As he selected her, Morin seemed to grow taller in Franca's eyes, striking fear into her heart. She sensed that he was a truly formidable figure. She broke invisibility and tried to move. Seizing the opportunity, Morin thrust his right hand, breathing hot and heavy, and spoke, "Imprison." Viscous, amber liquid surged forth, enveloping Franca and freezing the demoness in place. Crack. Franca's forearm shattered, transforming into a palm-sized mirror. This allowed her to escape the disciplinary paladins in prison. Suddenly, powerful danger premonition gripped Morin. Straining his physique, he broke free of the intangible spider silk ensnaring him. Jenna's ice spike, wreathed in unholy black flames, narrowly missed its mark as she struck with all her might. Morin's eyes flicked to the witch. He couldn't help but think she was quite appealing too. Why not have both? Dropping to one knee, Morin reached out to Jenna and bellowed, "Confinement." Wordlessly, an immaterial wall materialized around Jenna, penetrating even her spirit body. Rather than adhering directly to her, it generated a transparent cell with her at its center, thwarting any attempt at substitution. Taking note of this, Jenna opted not to strike the unseen barrier, instead enveloping herself in a layer of frost. Beyond the frost was another layer of frost. A delicate vacuum formed, transforming Jenna into a statue. Morin didn't immediately press his advantage against Jenna, his eyes fixated on Franca. Franca remained unresponsive as black flames surged forth from her. Outside the blaze, strata of frost coalesced, fashioning a translucent, sturdy sarcophagus. Dude, I swear to God, that sentence alone is like the bane of anyone who to whom English is not their first language. What in the fuck is even outside the black blaze, strata of frost coalesced, fashioning a translucent, sturdy sarcophagus? What the fuck is that sentence? Jesus. Transparent spider silk wound around her, cocooning the frost in spirals. Morin, though perplexed by the demoness's behavior, took satisfaction in the success of his confinement. His movement somewhat warped, he lunged at Franca, his mind raced with his powers as he would unleash next, and the consequences of bringing her under his control. He had almost forgotten the presence of the spectator, but Anthony slipped into a blind spot. No matter. Aaron, how's it going, man? No matter, I'll subdue the demonesses first. The instant this notion crossed his mind, a piercing melody resounded. Lumion stepped out, the symphony of hatred at his lips. Prohibition of invisibility hadn't compelled him to reveal himself. He wasn't invisible to begin with. He had shapeshifted into a shadow being. Lumion studied Morin's face, twisted by desire. Approaching with a grin, he played the melody with intensified vigor. Given Morin's state, he was certain, with the symphony of hatred's exploitation of vulnerabilities, it would undeniably inflame his cravings. Employing his fate-appropriator abilities was unnecessary. Amidst the music, Morin's body went rigid. With a cracking nose, he invoked Mirror Substitute yet again. Morin's silhouette manifested behind Lumion, but Lumion's performance persisted, with a nigh explosive lust gripping him. Morin's form repeatedly fractured like a mirror, rematerializing in the ever-quickening melody. He couldn't flee. The captivating strains of the Symphony of Hatred permeated every nook and corner of the space. Anthony crouched in an area, employing a prop he had readied beforehand to shield his ears. He was set to bank on the mirror to induce a trance and plunge into a deep sleep, thus evading Lumion's melody. Despite his preparation, the grayish-white dragon scales involuntarily surfaced on his skin. Morin's substitute had at last been exhausted. His mind reeled and he experienced an overwhelming pleasure, a surge of euphoria. I don't need to know that he's... I'm not even going to say it. You guys know. His frame shuddered. What am I reading, bro? What is this? Blood seeped from his nostrils, eyes, ears, and mouth, his saliva, mucus, and tears streaming all at once. Lumion appeared behind him, lowering the Symphony of Hatred, and snorted. Twin beams of light struck Morin, plunging him into unconsciousness. Snow Bunny mind control got him. Snow Bunny mind control is hilarious. Lumion afforded Morin no opportunity to harness his unique powers to rouse himself, producing a ritualistic dog skin, draped it over his crumpled foe's face, and said, "Dog." You dog. You stop looking at her. With a shadowy flash, Morin vanished, supplanted by an enormous dog. Amidst the intangible thud of the dog collapsing, it lay senseless on its flank. Lumion smiled, stooped down, and scooped up the dog. Witnessing this, Anthony dislodged the gag that had wholly covered his ears. And Jenna shed the dual layers of frost. You know what it's reminding me of? This was like a thing I saw from Ludwig's Tip to Tip, like a trip he and Michael Reeves took across China. And Michael Reeves was telling him, he was like, I don't know either, but apparently in Chinese, the word for strawberry is eerily similar to the phrase "fuck your sister," and so what do you call it? And Ludwig goes, dude, can you imagine how fucking embarrassing it would be to be in an altercation and you're screaming at the person you're arguing with, strawberry, strawberry. That's the vibe it's giving me. Witnessing this, Anthony dislodged the gag that had covered his ears, and Jenna shed the dual layers of frost encasing her. Franca lagged slightly. After a handful of seconds, the cocoon ruptured and the ice coffin noiselessly dissipated. She regarded Lumion and Jenna with astonishment and delight, stating, "My pleasure potion has underwent substantial digestion." What? What? I know what's going on. He must have savored genuine pleasure. And this pleasure stemmed from me. He even staked his life to remain in the pursuit of the pleasure you bestowed, withering the same agony. Ultimately, he attained the pleasure he coveted, albeit not in the manner he desired. He paid quite a price for it. It's not that the words are similar. I don't want to explain. Alright, fuck it. In my mind, they're similar, okay? He's also... do you speak... XS, do you speak Mandarin? By the way, what the fuck is the one out of the two new RAM doesn't work? Oh, dude, that sucks, Kami. I'm sorry. Fuck, that sucks, dude. Did you just buy it off like Marketplace, or did you just buy it used off like a guy, or did you buy it from like a store or something? By the way, XS, can I ask you a question? What the fuck is the difference between Mandarin and Cantonese? Are they both not Chinese, or is like not store? So then you can just so then you can probably get a replacement, right? He's also beyond or on par with Sequence 5, Franca said. Regrettably, I wasn't the one wielding the Symphony of Hatred, or my potion might have fully digested. Pleasure begets pain, and pleasure lures people into depravity. Pleasure is akin to a candle flame to a moth. It was on a promotion for a reason. I'll see if the store can... Dude, yeah, if it's a store, and there's no way... Assuming it's like a reputable store, there's no way they're just going to tell you to kick rocks if one of the RAM sticks isn't working. There's no way. At this juncture, like promotion or not, it won't matter. At this juncture, she lowered her voice and mumbled, "Lust is a dangerous game." Franca harbored no excessive regrets. Amongst them, only Lumion could shoulder the adverse cost of the Symphony of Hatred. "Since we've succeeded, let's leave," Franca said. Okay. Within seconds, the quartet emerged from the fixed portal in the mirror world in the Quarry Cave. Franca finally finalized the anti-divination and anti-prophecy measures. Subsequently, they teleported back to the secure residence of the administrative district. Franca sighed. The Beatrice necklace can no longer trigger lust. The necklace could only trigger such desires twice. The inaugural target of lust was Gardner Martin. For Demoness Franca, this signified the loss of a potent mean. Jenna sighed. How unfortunate. It appears the Demoness of Pleasure and the sex addict of the Mother Tree of Desire pathway can forge an ideal and efficacious partnership. Indeed, unfortunately I cannot obtain the Mother Tree of Desire's boon, or... The same minds flitted through the minds of Lumion and the others, sex addict demoness. After clearing her throat, Franca said, I can only hope that the bestowed of the Mother Tree of Desire will bestow comparable props. She turned to the enfeebled dog who had yet to stir and contemplated. Administer truth serum to him, and then have Anthony befriend him as a two-pronged approach, yes? Seer, I've never seen The Sopranos. I'm not gonna lie to you, so I don't get the reference. I'm sure it's a great thing. I've just never seen it. Lumin nodded. Recollecting the criticism of the Demoness of Black, he quelled his avarice and said, no need to rush. I'll question him after visiting Mr. K. Mr. K must have his motives for abruptly targeting Morin's assassination. All right, everyone agreed? No, Seer, we plan to. Our plan is, I think, me, Burnt, Devil, and Romero. None of us have seen The Sopranos, so once Romero's done his exams, we're gonna watch it together. We already plan on it. 19 Rue Shear. LEMMiNO alighted from the carriage, attired in a light blue cotton shirt, and entered the 6-story luxurious residence. She knows. I want the mother to desire boon. I do not. Okay, I cannot have my entire fucking day be just wasted in the pursuit of women. I'm good. On Discord? Yeah, sounds good, Sir. We always watch in the Discord VC anyway, so if you want, I'll just remember to tag you whenever. It's probably going to be in a little while anyway, because Romero's studying for his exams. But once that's done, I'm happy to tag you. We can watch it together. In the basement of 19 Rue Shear, LEMMiNO encountered Mr. K. If you hadn't witnessed Mr. K transform into flesh and blood to envelop Morin and subsequently suffer holy light damage, LEMMiNO wouldn't have believed that his energetic, black-hooded man before him had recently infiltrated Intis as Minister of Industry. You're back from the southern continent, Mr. K said. Instead of sitting in the red armchair, he stood directly in front of LEMMiNO. I'm back to do a favor for a friend. I'll be leaving soon. As you know, I can teleport. Mr. K nodded. The fact that you still remember to come here and praise the Lord after returning to Trier proves I did not misjudge you. The pronunciation for strawberry and the other is the same. Chow mei. Chow mei. Tones and characters are different. Do you speak Mandarin, Eve, or did he just look that up? I'm curious. LEMMiNO, having just completed the prayer process, Mr. K felt guilty and ashamed, and said, I saw you assassinate Mr. Morin of Vigny. I can speak, have been learning? Ah, cool. Under his hood, Mr. K's gaze suddenly took on an intangible quality, and the shadows around him flickered. You were there? Yes. Your assassination method bore the hallmarks of a rose bishop and was suspected of using grazing to teleport. Even with just the purifier's information, it would have been hard to guess that it was you, but I admit, I indeed was present. I am at a very Chinese moment in my life, true. Where were you hiding, Mr. K said. In the mirror Morin fled to. And now, have you captured him? Yes. Ha ha ha. Mr. K's body, half raised, revealed his chin, erupting into maniacal laughter. His laughter made LEMMiNO's ears ring, just as the Lord arranged. Piousness is indeed the only way out. Praise you for creating all. Praise you for bearing the world's sins. Bro, he's not Jesus. Oh my god. I had planned to assassinate him in the coming days, and hadn't yet set a date. Yet when I saw him in the window this evening, gazing at the distant scenery, I sensed something amiss. Fearing something may go wrong, I hastily launched the operation, yet failed. I was about to repent to the Lord and shoulder my sins when you arrived. What does this signify? It means the Lord had prearranged all. We need only pray, act, and do things with devotion. Nothing else matters. Listen, I'm not gonna lie to you. LEMMiNO having fucking Ludwig, the Lord of Mysteries, and Adam all helping him out in one way or another is too much plot armor. Like, Adam is literally the God Almighty, is like the textbook definition of plot armor. And then you add the fucking Lord of Mysteries on top of that, and then you add the fucking Ludwig, who's just like, listen, I'm not in danger here. You're in danger. Like, this is too much plot armor. This is nuts. LEMMiNO might genuinely just be a Nepo baby. This is nuts. In the previous conversation with Mr. Listen, I'm not saying it's crazy. Klein did also have Evernight helping him, for sure, okay? In his previous conversations with Mr. K, Lumion had always felt there was a language barrier. He understood the words, but didn't grasp the fanatical state. But this time, his heart raced. Could the under-the-table transaction I initiated be connected to the Aurora Order's Lord? Is that why Morin suddenly risked leaving through the mirror? Why he came to the study to assess the environment, weighing the risks? So after I compelled Morin's fate, Mr. K hurried to the assassination, forcing him to flee? Grasping the transaction, we paid with the blood ring derived from the characteristic of a Sequence 6 Rose Bishop. Lumion chose to share his feelings with Mr. K, but concealed his fears of compelling fate, attributing all the developments to the authority holders under the table transaction. The Lord watches, the Lord listens, and the Lord knows. Lumion had heard Madam Magician say similar things before, but hadn't truly felt their weight. He hadn't even troubled knowing it was futile. But now, every hair on his body stood on end. He sensed eyes from every corner. The more he experienced, the more he felt the terrors of the 3 short sentences. Mr. K, why did you assassinate Morin? My friends and I dealt with him because the real Morin is dead, and the active one is a mirror person. Mirror person? No wonder he has mirror substitution. I did not anticipate this, causing me to fail. Recent cases and intests have led to an organization called the School of Truth. They use degenerates from cults and official organizations to achieve their goals. For example, a descendant of Polly vanished, and closely monitored pages from Rozel's diary vanished as well. Polly, one of Rozel's 4 horsemen of the apocalypse? A descendant of his has vanished? Yibis Lata had mentioned the School of Thought's 3 goals: finding clues of the fallen heaven, Rozel's final mausoleum, and 005 and the magic wishing lamp. The 4th Epoch Trio had just been breached, and now Intis's official organization were unlikely to overlook anything. As for 005, Rozel's eldest daughter held it. The School of Truth admitted they couldn't handle the Element Dawn leader quite yet. In other words, 2 of the 3 targets required long-term planning from the School of Truth. That left clues about Rozel's final mausoleum. Combined with Mr. K's accounts, Lumion had a bad feeling. Could they already possess crucial clues about Rozel's final mausoleum? The final mausoleum is the one that Klein found, right? Where we talked to Rozel? That's the one they're referring to? The one hidden in the Chaos Sea? Am I making that up? Mr. K continued, we are investigating these matters, as is the Element Dawn. We have recently discovered Morin's involvement in some cases. He seemed to be a key figure in the School of Truth. Then why assassinate him? Was it not in the Chaos Sea? Am I crazy? The Berserk Sea? Then why assassinate him instead of capturing him? Lumion asked. Killing him is simpler. After his death, an abnormality will occur. The official Beyonders will find a way to communicate with his spirit. Then the authorities will investigate the School of Truth to thwart the plans. Isn't that our goal? Plus, we can shadow the authorities to track the School of Truth's members. You and Oracle have also learned to report and exploit the authorities, Lumion chuckled. If not for needing more information, he, Franca, and the others would have simply forced Morin to show signs of abnormality, avoiding so much trouble. Sorry, yeah, I apologize. Yeah, the Berserk Sea? Is that what I'm thinking of? Lumion delved into the details with Mr. K, increasingly sensing the School of Truth. Without delay, he expressed his urgency to return. Do you need any help? Mr. K said. Not for now. Fog? Oh, Fog Sea, maybe. Lumion responded, not for now. We have a hypnotist, the Truth Serum of the Bliss Society, and a demoness skilled in spirit channeling. He didn't mention his fate appropriator abilities. All right, let me know if you need anything, Mr. K said. Finding a secluded spot to teleport back, Lumion surveyed the area and said to Franca, use the mirror cufflinks to take us back to the underground cave quickly. This would prevent accidents from affecting the neighborhood. Lumion had already teleported multiple times that day and even altered Morin's fate, and played the Symphony of Hatred. The expenditure of his spirituality left only 7 or 8 more teleports and no further acclamation. I was so confused. How did you get... Okay, you can you can see, like, berserk, chaos, they're like synonyms, okay? Everything else was destroyed anyway by King George? Ah, yeah. She then made the glass cufflinks on her blouse glow, leading Lumen and the others to the mirror room. Through the dark, empty tunnel, they appeared in the Quarry Cave, with a fixed entrance to the mirror world. Franca took out the truth serum and tossed it to Anthony. Feed some to the dog and have a good chat with him. But I got scared by Chaos C was being mentioned randomly. I apologize, yeah. Bro, I need to hurry up or we're gonna be here for 5 fucking hours today. Do I have anything to do, you may ask? No, but all the same. I'm sure one of you chuckle fucks do. Alright, let's go. After some time, Anthony Reed guided the shriveled dog to the cave that housed the entrance to the mirror world. Turning to Lumion, he said, "You can dispel the animal creation spell." With a smile, Lumion recited, "Monk" in Hermes. He had crafted the dog skin. When he used the Padre's incantation, he had modified the dispelling incantation. Initially, Lumion wanted to use the name of Gehrman Sparrow, one of his idols, as the incantation, but since Gehrman was Mr. Fool's angel, uttering his name in Hermes may have some consequences. Since the first ritualistic hide he made was a dog skin, Lumion drew inspiration from the phrase "monks chasing dogs" and chose the word "monk." I don't know. What the fuck is monks chasing dogs? I don't know. Man, I really like this beat, both calming and keeps tension. Thank you. This one was actually my choice, not Kami's. I will have you know. I found this one. Now, did he find almost everything else? Maybe. Shut up, who's asking? As the dark light flared, it revealed a pitiful looking Morin of Vigny. You know what, Aaron? That may be the case, but I'm on the fucking scoreboard, baby. Let's go. Rather than getting directly to the point, Lumion decided to begin with trivial questions to bolster his credibility. With a blend of derision and a sigh, he said, "I can't understand why you mirror people loathe your equivalents. If you were perpetually confined to the cold, gloomy, sealed mirror, you'd also despise your counterpart who basks in the sun, savors food and drink, and revels in pleasure. But your existence isn't a natural occurrence. It was an accident," Jenna pointed out, narrowly avoiding mentioning that they were monstrosities. "What bearing does that have on our envy and our hatred?" Morin retorted. "We didn't trigger the accident. As we were born, we were perpetuating our kind. We possess the right to seek a superior life." "All of that is true," Hart had disagreed. Everyone fell silent. "You indeed have that right," Lumion said, "but it cannot involve murdering or injuring the original. Why not collaborate with the Church of the Fool or other organizations? After fleeing Trier, you could depart the city and commence a new life." "You believe we can cooperate with these sun-dwelling organizations? Have you not already collaborated with the School of Truth?" Lumion asked. "We have a mission. We desire the authentic restoration of this world." One of the new ones is completely dead. That fucking sucks. And one new one, it doesn't work no matter which of the new ones I use, and one of the old ones is and one of the new ones is dead completely. So basically, you're still stuck at 16 gigs of RAM. You can either use, I mean, if that's the case, then you definitely want to use the 2 old ones instead of the 1 new one, because the dual channel will be a lot faster than a single channel. Authentic. How can authenticity exist in a mirror? You merely resemble the genuine. Upon your death, you will revert to shards, Lumion said. Following the provocation, Lumion's eyes turned silver black as he examined Morin's fate tributary. After a calming observation confirming that his question wouldn't pose risk, Lumion activated the Eyes of Calamity to preserve. or his spirituality. With a smile, Morin said, "No. In a sense, what resides in the mirror is real. After completing our mission, we shall return to reality." "Why do you say that?" Frank asked. "Even I cannot understand. All I can disclose is that it is related to the chaos demoness we revered deep in the mirror world, the true primordial demoness. Moreover, I can offer an example. After transforming into a witch and interacting with mirror magic, every demoness's true self dwells in the mirror." "Are you aware of the Demoness Pathway Sequence 3 name?" Morin said. "No." Morin explained, "It is called the Demoness of Unaging, eternal youth, skilled in resurrection and rebirth. Why are they so challenging to kill, capable of resurrection? It is because what they destroy is merely their external form. Their authentic selves have always been imprisoned within the mirror. If the false ones perish, they can swiftly be resurrected. Consider this. How can one's true self, imprisoned, sealed, and utilized as a source of resurrection, not despise the false in reality? Wouldn't they yearn to escape?" Franca, recalling the moment she first entered the unique mirror world. At that moment, she encountered her original self, the one with thick brown eyes and the short flaxen hair, before ingesting the witch potion. His face drenched in blood, eyes brimming with malice. Could it be that after drinking the witch potion and transforming into a woman, her male self didn't disappear but was exiled, unable to escape? Jenna also remembered something. During the process of becoming a witch, she saw her other self in an illusion, her malevolent, mirror-like self. Both plummeted into the flames, and as she struggled to crawl out, returning to the ice above the flames, the malevolent self was dragged into a bottomless abyss like a python. Could it symbolize self-division? Is a part of me suffering in the mirror? Noticing the demoness's state, Lumin smiled. It doesn't necessarily have to involve imprisonment. It is conceivable that during the transformation they form a profound connection with their mirror selves, enabling them to master mirror magic. The mirror self is tainted with blood, malice, and hatred and malevolence because they are in this state. They envy their real ones, like you mirror people, or just like you mirror people from a unique world. Unable to uncover the truth, Lumin preferred not to linger on it. Furthermore, as a mirror person, Morin had an innate inclination to take sides. Upon hearing Lumin's explanation, Frank and Jenna's expression shifted. Self-deception cannot conceal the truth, Morin mocked. Recognizing that the initial preparations were complete, Lumin directed his conversation back to the main topic. Originally, their objective was related to mirror people, but now Lumin sensed that the matter involving the School of Truth was more relevant. "Did you enter a contract with the School of Truth Overseer?" "Of course we did. How else would we collaborate? We all value contracts." He didn't surreptitiously modify the terms the instant you signed, did he? "No, we are highly attentive to such matters, as you know. I am a judge in the mythical sense." "Have you met the Overseer?" "He signed the contract first and then dispatched a subordinate to deliver it. We never met." "What has he been up to lately?" Lumin asked. "I'm a mere cog of the immense, under-the-table black net. I assist in completing specific matters through transactions. I am unaware of what those matters allude to or the motivations behind. Yes, he once mentioned that he intended to use individuals like me to weave through an invisible, massive vortex. He could infuse his desires into it. A few days ago, he casually remarked that the vortex is on the verge of taking shape." The vortex is about to take shape. "How do you and the Overseer communicate? Is there a contingency plan in case of emergency?" I will say, these chapters are thick, boys. Jesus. It's taken me so long to get through one chapter. It's cooked. In Morin's villa, Angome de Francois, the captain of the Purifiers and the Trier Diocese, had been preparing and arrived. After listening to the unseen Purifiers report, Angome frowned. A member of the Aurora Order? Not the Hidden Blade? What are they up to? Let's first suppress the news of Morin's incident to avoid alerting the individuals and factions behind the abnormality. We may still have a chance to uncover clues and proceed with our investigation. This was his experience and a process the Purifiers were familiar with. The Purifiers team from St. Vieve Cathedral soon arrived at Morin's study, carrying a neatly sealed box. They each wore white robes adorned with waxed golden threads, thin rubber gloves, and leather hoods. Their masks curved downwards, forming a bird beak. Ongolme signaled for the other purifiers to withdraw from this floor and clear the adjacent ones. Donning a bird beak mask in similar attire, he tightly bandaged his wrists and ankles. Peering through the red glass of his mask, Ongolme watched his colleagues open the wooden box. Mirror of the perfect size lined the inner layer of the box on all sides. Top, bottom, left, right, front, back. In the center, surrounded by the mirrors, stood a milky white stone statue, portraying a beautiful, half-naked woman, her dress torn away at the waist. Despite the figurine's broken arm, the other hand alluringly covered her navel. Her captivating figure and exquisite features stirred the heat within Ongolme. Not daring to breathe deeply, he forced himself to maintain control, recognizing this as a Grade 1 artifact under the Trier Diocese. Serial number 82, known as the Olmos statue? This Grade 1 artifact could gradually entice nearby creatures to obsess over it, spreading various illnesses. Left unchecked, the statue's influence would transform its surroundings into a nightmarish hellscape of agony. Living beings wailing, writhing, and perishing in real horrifying ways. Ongolme had requested it for its ability to guide other creatures into the mirror world. Strictly controlling exposure time was crucial. The purifiers gently lifted the statue and carried it to the full-body mirror. Ongolme and his teammates approached, placing their palms on 182's shoulder. I'm getting ice cream and I'm here? Oh, perfect. Sounds good. Thank you, Kami. In perfect synchronicity, they magically phased through the glass mirror, vanishing. As soon as Ongolme laid his eyes back, hazy, almost illusory, behind the mirror, a tickle in his throat urged him to cough. Their attire couldn't isolate the disease spread by the statue. Yeah, how's it going, man? We're reading COI, not Lord of the Mysteries. I've already read all of Lord of the Mysteries. If you are interested, the entire read-through of Lord of the Mysteries is on the channel. Before anyone says it, I technically started after fucking chapter 50 streaming it. Okay, shut up. I did read COI. Oh, nice. How'd you like it? Its sole purpose was to minimize the rate at which they succumbed to infection. Weakened, yet inexplicably excited, Ongolme and his teammates investigated the area, quickly discovering numerous dim fragments. A battle took place here, Morin said. Morin had to use mirror substitution multiple times, but there's no signs of blood. One of the purifiers concluded. If LTM is a 10, then COI is an 8. That's pretty good, I'll take that, okay. It does have 10 out of 10 moments, though. Well, everyone assures me that the volume 5 that I'm gonna start, well, fucking tomorrow or whenever, is like one of the best volumes, so I'm excited for that, for sure. Ongolme's heart raced. A battle. Someone ambushed him. Impressive hidden blade. It seems Morin couldn't escape right away, and multiple mirror substitutions were shattered. There's a good chance he was captured. You started chapter 46? Really? I thought it was like 52 that I started. Alright, fair enough. Thank you. Dude, I still remember. You guys, where have you reached story-wise? What happened here? Can someone... I'm gonna continue reading. Does someone mind just giving like a brief overview? I see. The Aurora Order never expected the assassination to succeed. I don't know. I made it up. You son of a bitch. The assassin's only objective was to drive Morin into the mirror where the rest of the Aurora Order waited him. The other purifiers concurred with his theory, nodding. Definitely the Aurora Order. They even utilized a potent item capable of accessing the mirror world to confront him. The absence of a gruesome scene suggests that they aimed to capture Morin alive. Over the past 5 or 6 years, the Aurora Order has grown more intelligent. Yeah, because their fucking leader changed. Following a short discussion, one of the purifiers glanced back at the statue and gulped. We need to leave. Return 182 to the mirror box. I cannot endure it any longer. That guy was about to do some unspeakable things to a statue. Back in the real world, they sealed 182 once more. Inside the cave with a stable mirror world entrance, illuminated by the carbide lamp, Morin smiled. Also, through a mirror. While speaking, he retrieved a makeup mirror from his pocket and elaborated. Every mirror in the mirror world is unique, each with its own coordinates. I provided him with my mirror's coordinates, and he reciprocated with his. With this arrangement, I can harness my abilities and the mirror world to transmit information for a set duration. He contacts me in the same manner, but relies on the item I gave him. Like an IP address, I suppose, Franka muttered. Would you be willing to share the Overseer's mirror world coordinates? It is indescribable and impossible to write down. Only those like us from the mirror world can perceive it, or a demoness with godhood. Demoness of Despair. Sequence 4, Demoness of Despair. Sequence 5, Demoness of Affliction. These sequences sound rather unpleasant, uncomfortable to act, but Demoness of Unaging sounds pretty cool, Frank thought. How can the Overseer perceive it then? Jen asked. He cannot, but his item can record it and use it. Franka smiled and raised her sleeve, revealing the mirror cufflink. Ah, you are the one who killed Yibis. The Overseer killed him, Lumin clarified. We had no intention of killing him. We wanted to befriend him, but the Overseer used a mysterious power to end his life. I fear you may suffer a similar fate. Morin fell silent. It can record it. I thought so, Franka replied. When she had used the mirror cufflink earlier, she realized the mirrors in the mirror world had given a crystal clear sense of the mirror world's entrance in the vicinity. Franka suspected the cufflinks would instinctively record the coordinates of each mirror. You won't be able to find the Overseer directly through that mirror. I've long suspected that the mirror is actually one of the Overseer's subordinates. Naturally, the subordinate must be quite close to the Overseer, or it would hinder transmission. That's not an issue, Lumion said. We can visit them one by one, as long as they're close. Can you provide us those coordinates? Morin fell silent, the effects of the hypnosis and truth serum battling fiercely against his resolve. A disciplinary paladin's principles. Observing the shifts in the fate tributary, Lumion smiled. You can think it over. We can talk about something else. Very well. Morin let out a long sigh. What deals did the Overseer make with you? Primarily providing assistance to certain individuals. In return, I received help through the Overseer. This is a common practice amongst politicians, but with the Overseer, it is more covert, less detectable. Additionally, protecting specific individuals, or indirectly granting benefits to non-high society members to fulfill requirements on the other side of the Overseer. Didn't that Overseer communicate with the leader of your mirror people? Unsure if the mirror people even had a leader, this was to deceive Morin, implying they already had some information. He did communicate with our leader. Morin's expression shifted. Ah, idiot, gotcha. How did they communicate? Through a provided ritual. I don't know what was exchanged as I wasn't present. Is your leader in the real world or in the mirror world? In the fourth epoch Trier, Morin said. Mirror people with powerful godhood cannot escape through certain catastrophes via the leakage point. Does your leader have a corresponding self in reality? Yes. You will never guess who it is. Oh, Lumin and Franka scoffed simultaneously. Of course, they didn't plan to make a direct guess anyway. Lumin noticed a change in Morin's fate tributary and realized that as a disciplinary paladin, the man had his own principles and limitations. He wouldn't reveal information about the mirror world leader, yet he couldn't completely suppress the desire to share either. Aw, thanks, hey there. There's already 7:25. I'm well aware. Oh, you're talking about the chapter titles. I have been kind of slacking on updating those, I'm not gonna lie. Aw, hey there. Don't come in here being all nice like that. Goddamn. What's the last chapter? 35. Check. Okay, sorry, Kami, sorry. Okay, listen, you weren't even here for most of it. Okay, I'm sorry. Also cut the music off. Oh, okay, dope. Done. Lumi noticed the change. No, you mentioned mirror people with powerful godhood cannot escape through catastrophes via leakage points. Not just any mirror people with godhood. So in other words, sequence 4 has escaped, and your mirror and your leader is at least a sequence 3. Morin's face instantly showed annoyance as he regretted being too detailed. Where are the escaped sequence 4 mirror people? What are they doing? 35 is the end of the stream, probably, yeah. Unless something really cool happens at 35 and then I want to read 1 or 2 more chapters, but probably. Morin's lips trembled, but he stayed quiet, as expected of a disciplinary paladin, experts at resisting. I wonder if destroying his frontal lobe would help, Lumion thought. What are the requirements for mirror people to appear? Does everyone who has lived in the real Trier for a long time automatically have a mirror person? Or does it require some corruption? Morin let out a relief sigh, having almost lost control and spilled the most crucial secrets earlier. The current question let him relax. If not for the seal specifically targeting 4th Epoch Trier, the mirror world there would contain a complete reflection of the real Trier, including every resident. But under the seal, only those who frequently go underground and come into contact with corruption will leave an imprint. It's still calm? Yes, sir. Yep. Glad to see that, Chill. The first type are descendants of a false deity. The corresponding mirror people manifest in the moments of their birth, regardless of location. The second category comes from the bloodlines of certain noble families, like the descendants of the Tamara family. That is how I came to be. Lumin and the others understood the false deity he was referring to as the primordial demoness. As the evil dead entity overseeing the mirror world, it made sense that her descendants would have close, unique ties to that realm. Why do descendants of the Tamara family have such a special connection? Lumion asked. Did your ancestors suffer the relevant corruption during the War of the Four Emperors, or even earlier? Earlier. I too am unsure of the specifics of the corruption or how it occurred, as it was too long ago. Maybe those tomorrow who follow the judgment pathway without being mirror people themselves, or those of the door pathway, have records of it. Door was another name for the apprentice pathway. Lumion nodded. Does your kind exclude mirror people of the other demonesses? They are mirror people, but not of our world. Of course, if the conditions are met, a mirror person corresponding to a demoness too could be born. I see. What are the mirror people who left underground doing? The question was broad, not specifically referring to demigods. Morin struggled for a moment before responding. Most of them stay in Trier, either using the original's identity to advance their status, or hiding in the shadows, developing their factions, their goal to eventually fully unseal 4th Epoch Trier, and gain access to the 3rd, deepest level of the mirror world. As for the rest, Morin paused. Some infiltrated the demoness sect to locate the fake deity's real-world hiding place. Others went to Lemberg to search for an item. Do not ask me about the progress of those in the demoness sect, or those in Lemberg. I do not know. I also want to find the demoness's real-world hiding spot. Why not tell me about the infiltrators in the demoness sect? Maybe we could work together, Franca suggested. I don't know their identities either. Only the leader does. Alright, Franca said. Bro, he's so chatty. This guy's like, he's not seeing 5, disciplinary paladin. His restraint is extraordinary. He's like, here's what I know. Do not ask me about this. I do not know. Bro, they haven't even asked you. Just fucking wait. Why are you offering everything? This guy's like, he's genuinely just going into a negotiation saying, listen to me. I will pay you fucking $3,000. That is my absolute ceiling. Who the fuck starts off a negotiation like this, you idiot? Start off at like 2,500. Alright, Franca's eyes darted around. What did you mean by the 3rd level of the mirror world? We've all gone into 4th Epoch Trier and entered your realm. But what we encountered were the mirror people of the deceased citizens from that ancient area. They were reflections of that bygone city. Where do you live? Morin explained, back then you must have accessed that 2nd level of your mirror world. It only appears under the specific conditions or preserves the scenes of the 4th Epoch's destruction. It's quite dangerous and holds many secrets. As for our daily lives, we live on the first level, a reflection of the present-day Trier. The first level mirrors the current Trier. Didn't you say that you live in the dark, cold environment? Trier is a metropolis now. We may seem to live in a metropolis, but in reality we are restricted. We can only walk fixed paths, endlessly wandering between a handful of rooms, or a couple streets. Without the help of a godhood-level powerhouse, we cannot even talk to each other, only observing what our counterparts are doing in the real world. Plus, we have no reflection of the sun, moon, or the stars. Imagine what it's like to live there. Similar to the painting world, Lumion thought. No wonder they're in agony. If a sequence 4 unshattered of the sun pathway comes into contact with the corruption, will they have a mirror person? No. Lumion used this opportunity to eliminate several more possibilities regarding the identity of the leader. The sun pathway truly is exceptional, befitting of the pathway that governs purification. That is true, but his fucking... but their god is such a bum. Dude, genuinely, yeah. That's actually it. He's like, my name is Walter Hartwell White. I'm like, bro, why are we... If the authorities have recovered this, this is not a confession of guilt. I'm speaking to my family now. I'm like, oh, cringe, Lord. She then remembered her earlier unanswered question and pressed, what exists on the third level of the mirror world? Once again, Mornavigny shook his head. No one has entered it. We only know it exists. We know our origins, traits, and the source of our powers all point there. As for the chaos demoness we revere, she is trapped there. Trapped there? More like sealed, idiot. Lumion pondered before asking, what truth are you referring to? The truth is the truth. What the fuck is that answer, idiot? Seeing this, Jenna brought the conversation back. If the original person dies in reality, what happens to the mirror person? And the other way around? Normally, if the me in reality dies, I die. But if I send my real self to the mirror world before, the impact of his death on me will be pretty minimal. I got a little sleep to actually focus on. Bullseye! How's it going, buddy? How you doing? The reverse holds true too. When I was still in the mirror world, if an invader killed me, the me in reality would merely get sick and weaken for a time. Going forward, if he didn't come into contact with the specific underground corruption, no mirror world person would exist. If I escape to the real world and am killed there, the real me won't be affected at all. So instead of killing Morn directly, you found a way to drag him to the mirror world? Exactly. I waited for him to savor the darkness, cold isolation before killing him. What a dick. Lumion nodded slightly as he started to deduce the identity of the mirror world's leader. Someone who ventures into Trier often, exposed to corruptions, formidable godhood. At least sequence 3 must be alive. Lumion had no choice but to use his conspirer abilities to upload all relevant information to his mental network. What a weird way to phrase this. The overseer of the School of Truth had performed a ritual and interacted with the mirror world's leader. The School of Truth was searching for Roselle's final mausoleum. They had obtained something significant, the vortex on the verge of taking shape. Suddenly, a flash of light hit Lumion, an incredible guess. He couldn't be certain, as one premise remained questionable. He took a step forward and whispered the name of Morin into Morin's ear. Morin's expression changed, a mixture of shock and panic. Lumion withdrew and exhaled. Have you figured out who the leader is? Frinka said. Yes, I know who he is. He is Roselle Gustave in the mirror. I love how this is such a cool thing, because what this confirms is two things. One, that Roselle is still alive, which is huge. Obviously, we know this, but, you know. That's good. That's great. That's good. Good reveal. Good reveal. 10 out of 10. The taste of a regular woman ain't bad. I don't even know why. Just women. No. Let's go here. Bro is Jack Sparrow. Okay, I'm gonna try to finish this chapter out because that was a really cool reveal. But I'm gonna need to get something to drink soon, okay? My coffee's almost out and I can't. When Franca, Jenna, and Anthony heard that, their minds went blank. They wanted to question him, but Morn's reaction appeared to validate Lumen's conjecture. But Roselle's been dead for over a century. How could he have a mirror person? It made sense that Roselle would have encountered Trier's corruption. After all, he had lived in Trier for a long time, and was not exactly one to settle. He had seized control of Intas and reformed Trier. But hadn't he died? Initially, I hesitated to make that guess, but then I remembered something. For someone of Roselle's stature, even if they die, they might not truly be dead, like Nabor Disley's abomination corpse. Old institutions are hard to get rid of, Franca thought. With their experience dealing with the Devil Monarch's corpse, Franca, Jenna, and Anthony accepted Lumen's explanation. Lumen looked at Morin, whose face turned ashen. I made a bold hypothesis and verified it. When I shared my guess, he confirmed it. Morin's lips trembled. He wanted to defend himself, but he couldn't. He believed the more he tried to explain, the more he would end up helping them. Now, do you understand why we are so powerful? If we can break that seal, we will become as strong as any church. Have you heard of the Church of the Fool, my guy? Franca disregarded Morin's shadowy remark and muttered, "No wonder the church's demigods refuse to personally go underground and resolve the abnormalities. This isn't about fixing abnormalities, it's about making more of them. Even though the demigods of the church don't have to fear the birth of their corresponding mirror people, the corruption extends beyond the mirror world. The underground is truly vile and horrifying." This was assuming that Fourth Epoch Trier was well sealed. What had the Four Emperors, particularly Alista Tudor, done during the War of the Four Emperors? The issues they left behind over 1,000 years ago are still this terrifying. These guys are dicks. We often venture into Trier's underground and have even ventured into Fourth Epoch Trier. Could there be a corresponding special mirror person? No. It's not a matter of whether there was one. They had encountered it before. Lumen ignored Morin's boasting and turned to Jenna. Our investigation with the mirror people has yielded significant progress, combined with the Overseer, who possesses godhood. What unfolds next is our ability to intervene. As soon as we acquire the coordinates of the Overseer, promptly report the entire situation. Actually, I'm dying to report it now, Jenna said. From her point of view, though she was unsure of why the School of Draw, they're about to get so many rewards for this. Can you imagine? Telling a Major Arcana holder, hey, I know who the leader of the mirror people are. Oh my god, bro, shower him in gold. Are you kidding me? Though she wasn't sure why the School of Truth was searching for Roselle's mausoleum or what their intentions were, given the strong possibility they had already obtained vital information and collaborated, the situation had obviously become quite urgent. You can begin writing now, Lumen said. He planned to appropriate the other party's fates as he shifted his gaze to Morin. Fate appropriation was not his objective. By seizing the chance to interact with fate, his aim was to seek information for past fragments. The penultimate segment of the interrogation, the final segment, would involve spirit channeling to obtain the coordinates of the Overseer's mirror. Furthermore, Lumen wanted to take the opportunity to observe what would happen to the target. I would send letters every day. Well, you know what, Seer? That's because you're, I don't know if they have this term in France, so I apologize. You're a teacher's pet, okay? Every day? What am I fucking bothering a fucking angel for every day? Nah. This was not mentioned in the mystical knowledge possessed by Fate Appropriator. The only thing Lumen knew for certain was that the past would not change. Initially, Lumen had wanted to inquire about the mirror people who had maintained contact with Morin and their positions. However, the urgency of the situation led him to postpone this matter to the spirit channeling part. From Lumen's perspective, it was more important to know the identity of the mirror people who had infiltrated this demoness sect and who had gone to Lemberg. However, Morin clearly had no knowledge of this. Lumen suspected that the mirror people who had gone to Lemberg were searching for clues about 001. After all, based on the information, this item likely had a close connection to Alista Tudor. The method of sealing quite similar to Trier. Yeah, exactly, sir, yeah. teacher's pet is what it's colloquially referred to. It may be of great significance to the mirror people. LEMMiNO extended his palm and pressed it against Morin from a distance. His eyes turned silver black. Morin was perplexed. Though he possessed the strength of a Sequence 5 who had been actively involved in politics for the past decade, he maintained a certain distance from mysticism domains. Particularly true after becoming the Minister of Industry, relying entirely on the connections with the mirror people and the brokers of the School of Truth. Direct contact with wild beyonders was quite uncommon, so he didn't discern LEMMiNO's intentions. LEMMiNO's right palm produced the Mercury illusory river corresponding to Morin. The life of the mirror person flashed before his eyes, and various fragments surged along the river. LEMMiNO couldn't discern them in detail. Seizing the brief span of 2 or 3 seconds, he focused on observing the fate. One fate fragment depicted how Morin remotely instructed the School of Truth's overseer to perform a ritual. The other aspect was how this mirror person came into being. In the previous fate segment, LEMMiNO witnessed Morin Avignes stuffing a classic mirror into his makeup mirror and lending it to the overseer. At the source of the river of fate, the 17 or 18-year-old mirror Morin Avignes swiftly materialized in a cold, dark room. The classic silver mirror bearing a striking resemblance to the one Franca found at the overflow of the corruption in the mirror world. During the Operation Hostile, could such a mirror be closely tied to the mirror people? What, didn't Morin say that the descendants of the Tamara family have a corresponding mirror person naturally? Why wasn't he a baby when he was born? Must they reach a certain age or do something specific to create a corresponding mirror person? LEMMiNO didn't quite understand. As these thoughts raced through his mind, LEMMiNO didn't allow the attempt to end naturally and end in failure. He seized the moment and grasped a fate fragment in his hand, through the spew of spirituality extracting the abnormally heavy target. The fate fragment corresponding to the scene of Morin's lust exploding under the symphony of hatred. As time passed, Franca and Jenna asked the other mirror people to divert Morin's attention, and the fate fragment left the Mercury River. Consequently, the hole that had appeared was neither filled nor rewoven. Empty chaos occupied it, emitting a thin fog. After storing the obtained fate fragment, LEMMiNO carefully observed Morin's transformation. As he waited, he muttered, "The fact that we had caught Morin remains unchanged. Him drinking the truth serum and being hypnotized remains unchanged. We haven't forgotten what he said." Yes, this appropriation took a total of 3 minutes. The fate fragment depicting the eruption of lust weighs heavy in Morin's life. After all, it caused his entire fate to take a sharp turn. Appropriation requires a distance of 15 meters. While stirring fate and waiting for completion, I can't attack the target, but I can stay away. It's more convenient to kill him, I suppose. As LEMMiNO reviewed, Morin's weakened aura gradually filled up and his face flushed. The bloodstains and tears on his face vanished. There was no eruption of lust, no injuries. LEMMiNO harumphed as Morin's face lit up. Two beams of light struck Morin, striking him unconscious. Simultaneously, Franca and Jenna, who had been monitoring LEMMiNO, aimed their revolvers at the yet-to-collapse Morin's head. Amidst the gunshots, his head exploded like fireworks. LEMMiNO didn't complain about Franca and Jenna not giving him a chance to cull. He didn't want to waste his spirituality anyway. When he appeared at the last moment and used the Symphony of Hatred to shatter Morin's remaining spiritual substitution, he felt as if his potion had somewhat digested anyway. Morin's lifeless body crumpled, and Franca prepared to channel his spirit. Alright, I think we're roughly at the halfway point. So give me 2 seconds, guys. I'm just gonna grab a Coke. I just need something to drink. I'll be right back, okay? We'll keep going. Yo, how's it going, guys? Okay, hold on. Give me 2 seconds, okay? I'm here. Bug, how's Skyrim, you bitch? Ain't no unknown, you're lying, bro. Again? Unknown, you're lying. What is this motherfucker's password? Password? How is he getting hacked? Bro, his password is gonna be password.1, I swear to God. Ain't no fucking way. You know what? Let me try to hack him. Let me see. What are the chances? 727. Okay, can you guys hear me? Yeah, you can. Okay, it's fine. Arrival? Who's arriving? I am here. As Franca prepared the ritual, she considered her options and said to Lumion, the Overseer's mirror coordinates are indescribable and can only be procured through mystical means. The spirit channeling spell is incapable of it. I intend to use the standard spirit channeling. While magic mirror's spirit channeling she had developed greatly extended the duration of the channeling, it was constrained by relying on the mirror as a medium, forfeiting the chance of certain types of interactions. Regular spirit channeling drastically restricts the intel we can gather, Lumion thought. And for the first question, we should have him provide the corresponding coordinates of the Overseer's mirror. Second, we ask about the whereabouts of the classic mirror world utilized for the ritual and leader communication. Third, inquire about the identities and the locations of the mirror people in contact, ranked by importance. Once the third question was answered, the spirit channeling ritual would come to an end. Lumion suspected Morin may not have time to introduce every mirror person under his command. A classic mirror? A classic silver mirror? Franca asked. Yes, Morin has a mirror akin to a silver one he used to own, vital for communicating with Roselle. While speaking, he crouched and rummaged through Morin's pockets. Unfortunately, the Minister of Industry only carried a handful of large bills and some loose change, totaling to 3,000 Vrildor. Dude, who the fuck walks around with 3,000 Vrildor? What the fuck? Besides the money, there was an intricately created gold pocket watch, a meticulously embroidered handkerchief, and a wallet crafted by a private designer. Not a single Beyonder item. Poor slob. He realized that as a sitting Minister of Industry, Morin was likely under the watchful eyes of official Beyonders, unable to carry mystical items. As a Sequence 5, the Judgment Pathway, disclosing this to the churches would be difficult, as to how we obtain the potion formulas and characteristics of that level. When signing the contract, he would at most acknowledge being a Beyonder for a related pathway without specifying the sequence, costing him the chance to procure items openly, forcing him to rely on brokers. Morin didn't require the Overseer's assistance with the under-the-table deal to access items, as mirror people could transfer objects to the mirror. If he genuinely needed an item for a purpose, he could reach out to his Mirror World associate and have them send the item over. Lumion sighed, pocketing the cash and the other belongings. He rose to his feet, pocketed the cash, watch, and other items. With Franca's spirit channeling complete, Lumion turned to Jenna, still composing her letter. You shot without hesitation. Did it weigh on you at all? This wasn't a battle. We had been engaged in a friendly conversation for a bit. I even started to feel like we were becoming friends. Jenna glanced up at Lumion, chuckling. Worried I'll bottle up my emotional turmoil and cause issues down the line? planning to play a psychiatrist with me? Anthony, who had been observing silently, living up to his role, scratched his nose self-consciously. That seemed to be his job. However, he couldn't discern that Jenna and Franca were not in the need of counseling. LEMMiNO didn't tackle Jenna's question head-on, instead smiled. You haven't taken many lives. Had we not pulled the trigger, would you have taken action? Despite feeling you had befriended Morin, I don't think you would have flinched at blowing his face off, Jenna retorted. True, but I'm not like you. I have killed more than I can count. Morin admitted to his crimes. He lured the real Morin into a mirror and held him captive before killing him. I have no qualms about executing him. Bro, did Jenna always used to be this cold? Hold on, she's kind of goated though. What the fuck? You've changed. Once upon a time, you used to depend on the authorities to punish the bad guys. Jenna didn't have a chance to respond as Franca finished her spirit channeling. In the wavering green candlelight, Morin's spirit took form above his corpse. Franca acted swiftly, withdrawing the glass-like mirror cufflinks from her sleeves and addressed, "Give me the coordinates of the Overseer." Morin's face twisted in anguish, but stripped of life, he no longer had his ironclad self-control. He stretched out his hand, motioning for Franca to hand over the cufflink. Franca did, and as Morin clutched the cufflink, a shadowy light shimmered, drawn in from the glass-like accessory. Having achieved her primary objective, it was time to reap further rewards. Is there a functional classic silver mirror in your possession? Hold on. Where's this classic silver mirror the Overseer used to communicate with you? Griffith has it. When I require it, I have him deliver it to me. God damn it, Franca thought. It dawned on her that she couldn't extract Griffith's mirror from, mirror coordinates from Morin. I know. Griffith? Griffith did nothing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The spirit channeling had but one question remaining. She needed to ask Morin about the mirror people serving as her contact and their true identities. Requesting minor coordinates was out of the question. LEMMiNO and Anthony immediately grasped the reason for Franca's self-directed frustration, but they were powerless to intervene. Collecting herself, Franca fixed her gaze on Morin's spirit. Name the mirror people in contact with you. What roles they play begin with those of the highest rank. First, there is Griffith, who is my second in command, originally a key figure of the Moses Ascetic Order. With our assistance, he steadily is elevating his position within the Order. His aspiration is for the secret organization to eventually join the Alliance to open the Fourth Epoch Trier. Moses Ascetic Order, the group that clashes with the element Dawn. If memory serves, they primarily consist of mystery priors. I can't help but wonder if the Research Society has members from either faction. There must be others like yourself. The Moses Ascetic Order is just full of bums. I don't care. There must be someone like myself with multiple secret society affiliations, Franca thought. Second is Karatanza Tamara, part of the branch family of the Tamara family. He enlisted in the military and now holds the rank of colonel. He legitimized his beyonder powers by slaying a lone kingdom spy, seizing their potion formula and judgment pathway. Palia, an ore scholar originally, infiltrated the Trier Cave Association to mask our attempts at uncovering a vulnerability. Sport, Trier's Deputy Commissioner of Police and member of the Police Commission. Deputy Commissioner of Police is crazy. His original self was purposely corrupted during an operation. Subsequently, Griffith and Karatanza... Fuck, that is a hard name. Jesus. You know what? Her name is Kara now, okay? If anyone's gonna cry, her name is Kara. Cry about it. Orchestrated an ambush, dragging him into the mirror and allowing the mirror world sport to emerge and assume his place. At this point, Morin's spirit had become increasingly insubstantial, on the brink of dissipation. At that moment, Jenna concluded her letter and said, I'll summon Madam Judgment's messenger now. Summoning will not be necessary. Oh shit! Oh shit! A shared premonition. A shared premonition compelled Lumion, Franca, Jenna, and Anthony to direct their gaze at the side of the cave. In the chamber's illumination, supplied only by the carbide lamps and candles, dazzling starlight coalesced, rapidly tracing the outlines of an enchanting door. Noiselessly, the door swung open, revealing an enormous pumpkin carriage drawn by a multitude of rats. 3 women accompanied the carriage's interior. One was Madame Magician, another was Madame Judgment, and the third was a woman clad in a purple dress bearing a cryptic pattern, a celestial globe and sundry items dangling from her waist. Clasped in her left hand was a peculiar lamp, its surface golden like a kettle, adorned with enigmatic... Why would you bring this here? You know they're looking for this! Why? Just let Bernadette keep it, bro. What if they take it from you? Now, I understand Forrest is here, so that helps, but goddamn, I'm not taking that chance. Dude, that was so peak. I'll summon her messenger. That will not be necessary. Oh, that was so peak. What the fuck? Listen, I'll say it. The women are kind of carrying the Tarot Club right now. I've not seen the men of the Tarot Club do shit, okay? Fucking Alder's just like do it on his ship like, can I get the help of this minor arcana holder? Maybe. I don't know what the Sun is doing. I love him, but listen, I would never say anything bad about the Sun, okay? I would never say anything bad about him, but I love him, but I've just not seen Derek do anything right now. Emlyn is just the bummiest of all bums that has ever been a bum. It's crazy. So we don't talk about him to begin with, okay? Anyways, did you also get enchanted by... Okay, listen, she's doing really cool stuff, so like it's hard for me to hate on her, but my instinct is still to call her the lazy bum of the Tarot Club. It's getting hard to call her that because she's literally doing everything, but my instinct is still to call her the lazy bum of the Tarot Club. Illumined, Franca Jenna's eyes widened as they caught sight of the strange lamp. Could it be the magic wishing lamp? Yes, the carriage is one of the major arcana holder Ma'am Hermit's trademark. She has close ties to Bernadette, the current owner of 005. It isn't outside the realm of possibility that she may have borrowed it. They heard Anthony's respectful greeting. Good evening, Madam Magician, Madam Judgment. Snapping out of their trance, Lumion and others followed suit. And this is Ma'am Hermit, Magician replied. With their introduction... Have we even seen a male member of the Tarot Club outside from Alger very briefly? With the introductions complete, the woman in the beige dress with a gold embroidered high collar retrieved a bottle of red wine and said to Franca, "Hand over the cufflink. Once you do, you can all go home and get some rest." We saw... Oh, Leonard, yeah. The poet? What the fuck did he call himself? Oh, cringe lord ass. Know how hard it is to start a pharmaceutical company? Dr. Z, listen. I understand you sympathizing with that bum because you're a pharmacist. Listen, I'm not gonna lie to you. If there was an accountant in the Tarot Club, I'd be telling you how difficult his work is too. Understood? I get it. I do. But he's genuinely a bum, okay? He's starting a pharmaceutical company when he's the only one in the pharmaceutical space that's using fucking Beyonder stuff. Everyone else is like, maybe if I mix these two herbs together, they'll do something cool. And he's like, well, I understand that if I pray to the fool at this specific moment and enchant all of these herbs, they will have the ability to cure 40% of disease. Like, he has a cheat code, okay? If he's still having difficulty, then he's just cringe. If you make fun of Leonard, you're a homophobe. Wrong, bug. If I don't make fun of Leonard because he's gay, then I'm homophobic. You're wrong, okay? I treat him the same as I would treat anybody. He's a bum. I don't care if he's gay, I don't care if he's straight. He's a bum. You're wrong, okay? The fact that you treat gay people differently because you think they're different from you, you should consider that. You should look inwardly and think, damn, why am I like this? Don't put that shit on me. Fucking idiot. Confronting the School of Truth's overseer was clearly a battle at the demigod level, not something LEMMiNO and the others could accomplish. Franca had no intention of forcing the issue. She handed the glass cufflink to Madam Magician. In exchange, Madam Magician gave her the wine bottle containing a faint dark liquid. Dude, I love how she's just like, gee, you can keep it. I would own half farm. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, imagine being like, oh, well, there's a lot of competition. Bro, you have superpowers. You should have zero competition. Bro, if I'm a fucking, what sequence is Emlyn right now? Is he a sequence 5? When we last met him, I don't even, he's probably a demigod by now, but he's probably a sequence 5 at least, right? You're telling me fucking Pfizer is giving you issues? Bro, stop it. Get some help. I'm sorry. You're being cringe. This is a mystical item that restores stamina and spirituality after drinking it, but remember, you can only have it once a day. Don't become a drunk. I love how Force is saying this with experience. She's like, listen guys, I'm not gonna lie to you, this shit's addictive, okay? I once had a bottle in a day. God, let me tell you, the hangover was crazy. 1 glass, max, okay? Just one more sip and he'll become a drunk. Franca and the others understood the meaning. Seeing only a single sip of the dark red wine in the bottle, Franca turned to pass the bottle to LEMMiNO. He had expended the most spirituality by far. Madam Magician rubbed the cufflink between her fingers and said, don't worry, you won't be able to finish. It is the bottomless bottle. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's cool. It's like the thing, I'm sure you guys have seen the clip where like Thor's is drinking like, Thor's? What the fuck? Where Thor is drinking the beer mug or whatever, and then as he finishes it, Doctor Strange just like refills it like that. Unless he wants to be mad or a woman. I love how Kami puts mad before being a woman because he's like, being mad would be preferable. Kami. Listen, I understand you're French, so it's part of your culture, so I'm not going to shame you for it, but that's still, but outside of France, that's kind of crazy, okay? I see. Franca still wanted to give it a shot. She unscrewed the thin metal cap and downed the light dark red wine. As the slightly astringent, sweet alcohol slid down her throat, she felt refreshed, as if she had just had a good night's sleep. At the same time, she noticed the liquid seeping from the bottom of the bottle, forming a thin layer. It really is bottomless. Just as she reached out, she felt a sense of unease. Acting on instinct, she changed course, intending to let Jenna drink first. Upon further reflection, she realized there was something off, because she still had to pass it to LEMMiNO afterwards. Never mind, no point in getting caught up. Instead, she circled her finger around the bottle and managed to form a thin layer of frost. As the frost fell away, Franca passed the bottle to Jenna. Jenna drank the wine, mimicking Franca's actions, then handed it to LEMMiNO. What was that? LEMMiNO paid no mind to Franca's odd behavior. He was more concerned about the strange actions of Ma'am Hermit and Madam Magician. Are they being controlled or influenced somehow? Ma'am Hermit's eyes, obscured by lenses, grew dark and unfocused, as if staring into a vast expanse. Countless brilliant specks of light appeared around her, as if she had shrunk the universe and brought it to the ground. She just doesn't want Lumion to touch her lips? What? That's so cringe. Performing divination or prophecy before tackling important matters, Lumion took out the old glass bottle and drank the wine. His spirituality rapidly recovered, like it did at 6 in the morning. Of course, the portion of accumulated spirituality he had used didn't return. Lumion's anxiety over his spirituality deficiency had been alleviated. Wait, couldn't Lumion drink this? Restore his accumulated spirituality and then drink it again? But I guess that would make him a drunk, right? Is the problem? After Anthony drank the bottomless bottle and returned it to Madame Magician, the cufflinks glow mixed with starlight flew out and landed on the Major Arcana holder's eye. Madame Magician sent the mirror cufflink flying towards Franca while extending her hand and grasping the void and pulling it apart. Without a sound, the void ripped open like a transparent membrane, revealing passageways. A standard mirror world. A magician had opened an illusory door to the mirror world without even a mirror. Is this the power of the high sequence of the apprentice pathway? Lumion and company instantly marveled. The magician glanced at Hermit. Hermit, wearing a purple robe, held a vibrant, unreal ball of yarn in her hand. She wound its threads around the golden lamp. Then the Major Arcana holder tossed the vivid, illusory ball of yarn through the illusory door Magician had opened. The ball of yarn rolled into one of the passageways and vanished, leaving only the thread connected to the golden lamp to mark its path. Magician led the Hermit and Judgment into the mirror world, chasing the ball of yarn. They disappeared into the mirror world, and Franca muttered, "I think I've heard the story about the yarn ball, but I don't remember." I don't know what story this is referring to. Lumion turned his attention to Morin. "You want to bring your godson to eat him?" Franca asked. "Let's not even discuss whether Ludwig should be eating people. A mirror person's flesh will gradually turn back to mirror fragments. Do you really want Ludwig to be eating glass shards?" "I'm considering whether to take Morin's makeup mirror." Lumion shook his head. I love how Franca thinks after everything Ludwig eats, mirror shards would be too much for him. Bro, I'm promising you, that guy's an angel of the, whatever, hunger, great old one, okay, what, primordial hunger? I swear, that's what I swear, he could eat glass shards for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, wouldn't even make a dent on the guy. A labyrinth story? Greek myth? I don't know. After tracking the yarn for a while, the 3 Major Arcana holders reached a country villa, matching the mirror world coordinates. She had spotted the target mirror on a desk, a makeup mirror. They didn't pause and followed the ball of yarn and walked through the spirit world. Can I ask, why are they bringing the lamp with them, though? The lamp is the thing they want. Now, I understand that the 3 of them are very confident. They're like, we got this, okay? We're demigods, we got an angel, we're chilling, whatever. Why take this? Why are we bringing the fucking lamp? In a mere 2 or 3 seconds, they returned to reality and saw the vivid, illusory ball of yarn come to a halt. In a dark cathedral, beside the cathedral dome, humans hung in the air, swaying. Some were old, some young, some like gentlemen wearing top hats, some beautiful ladies in vintage dresses. Some were muscular and tall like giants, some covered in wet, sticky scales. What they all had in common was their firmly closed eyes, suspended by invisible rope like hanged corpses. In the cathedral's depths, a man in his 30s, with average facial features and dark hair, sat in an armchair, his aura and soul both familiar and unfamiliar to the magician. It was familiar because she recognized Loki, the head of April Fools, who had been compelled to exhaust his resurrection. Unfamiliar because the other party had been stained with an odd sensation. Fucking Loki? Bro, are they about to get fucking ragdolled by a mid-sequencer? That's gonna be so disappointing. At that instant, a blurry female figure stood next to Loki, resembling a sketch, her eyes pitch black. He looked at the magician, hermit in judgment, a smile on his lips. It is all thanks to you that I found some hope of returning. Celestial worthy? In Loki's body? Loki's soul. Oh, Zaratul! He had... Oh, this is the castle. The castle of Zarat, like the fucking main place of the secret order, right? Bro, I thought it was Celestial. I shit my pants. I was like, bro, it's Gojover, bro. Oh my god. It is all thanks to you that I have some hope of returning. Before Loki could even finish, the corpse's eyes snapped open, their eyes pitch black. In the quarry cave with a fixed entrance. Yeah, they just brought him the fucking magic wishing. You guys are so stupid! Why are we bringing it? Just fucking put it away! God damn it! And then go hunt him! God, you guys are fucking stupid! In the quarry cave with a fixed entrance. Taking away Morin's makeup mirror, Jenna asked. Do you want to see if any mirror people will try to contact Morin before news of his disappearance? Patience is a virtue, Lumion said. Yeah, because Forz is immediately dying, okay? Forz, the only angel, is insta-dead, because it's like, Celestial Worthy had perfect control over his pathway. It was like, I'm sorry, bitch. You showed up in front of me? As an apprentice? Are you dumb? Gone. Yoink. I'm just taking your characteristic, okay? Do you want to see if any other mirror people will try to contact Morin before news of his disappearance? Patience is a virtue, Lumion replied. For a hunter, this was an essential quality. He stooped down and retrieved the makeup mirror from Morin's corpse. At that moment, the mirror snapped open on his own. The dark light surged from the glass, instantly filling the cave. In the next instant, everyone saw a figure quickly take shape behind the fixed entrance of the mirror world. It was a stunning woman with black hair and brown eyes, wearing a bright red dress with embroidery and lace, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin on her chest, despite the cold winter. Pearl? The renowned courtesan and Trier, Pearl, the theater actress of the Lone Kingdom. Lumion was at a shock. He hadn't expected to encounter this flamboyant courtesan. Okay, don't just say you're horny, Lumion. Listen, I don't want to know, but like you can just say it at this point. Jesus. Franca, Jenna, and Anthony also found the situation surreal. Almost simultaneously, Lumion recalled two key factors related to Pearl. The first time he had observed Morin, Pearl had been on a date with her new lover in the hotel's annex restaurant. All courtesans were standard, textbook brokers, political brokers. Combining these 2 points, a guess formed in Lumion's mind. She is a member of the School of Truth. Could she be the overseer that Yibis reports to? The bestowed of the evil god at a demigod level? Bro, if she's a demigod, and they're about to kill a demigod, Lumion's about to become a demigod. Or he's about to fully digest his potion anyway. Because culling a demigod would genuinely give him like all his digestion insta. But his sequence for ritual is a pain in the ass though. If that is the case, where did Madam Magician and the others end up? Who were they tracking? Flee. Immediately flee. At that moment, Pearl looked at the others with a smile, and as she uttered the words of order, "Your crimes remain unpunished." Who is your favorite and least favorite till now in COI? Okay, my favorite is a mix of two, okay? It's a tie between two, honestly. It's Jenna, because I really, really like her. I like her, like, character arc of, like, growing from someone who was so timid and, like, always saying, like, no, we shouldn't ask them. Authorities, because they can help us, you know, and then realizing, like, how messed up this world is, and just realizing, like, Jesus Christ. And just coming to terms with like, now we got to do this shit on our own. And also Anthony, Anthony is the GOAT, bro. Anthony, as like a sequence 8 or 7, was like running the fade with sequence 5. So it was like, my friends are here. They died when I was in the army. They ain't dying today, brother. The GOAT, okay? Love him. Who's my least favorite? Anthony is boring. You're boring, okay? I'm sorry, I'm sorry, fan. That's mean, but Anthony's goated, okay? I love him. It's a curse. Frank, I had already. Sorry, let me change the title because Tommy's gonna yell at me otherwise. Oh, I already did. Never mind. As Frank already concealed herself by the time she recognized Pearl, her plan was to circle around and use the mirror to reflect Pearl's figure, hoping to curse her. If the curse failed, it would at least create an opening for Jenna to sneak up from the shadows and assassinate her target. Though not as cunning as LEMMiNO, the conspirer, both Jenna and Frank instinctively sensed that the sudden assault, that the suddenly assaulting Pearl was incredibly dangerous, even more so than Morin. My least favorite, I don't know. I feel like that whole arc in like Volume 2 when we first enter Trier, like that whole bullshit was so agony. Like you can pick anyone from there, the fucking Baron, you can pick even Martin. I didn't enjoy him very much. Like you can pick any of those guys. Like just that whole arc, just pick anyone. Ugh, that whole arc was disgusting. Just say it's Hisoka. No, Hisoka wasn't that bad. I would probably go with like Mad Lady or something in that case. However, they didn't go so far as to suspect her of being a demigod. As Pearl uttered the words of order, Franka felt slender, snake-like entities emerged from the shadows enveloping her. Razor-like icicles burst from the ground like soldiers thrusting spears. Franka leapt up, pressing one hand against the icicle to tumble out, narrowly avoiding impalement. Before Franka could regain her footing, black flames shot out from the shadows, hurtling towards her. You gotta go for Volume 2 slander. Sid, I'm sorry, Volume 2 sucked. Okay, Volume 2 just fucking sucked. Before Franka could regain her footing, black flames shot out from the shadows, hurtling towards her. The serpentine creature around her constricted, binding her. With no time to react, Franka could only watch helplessly as the flames consumed her. At that moment, a figure stepped out. Clarice, wearing an elegant black court dress. However, the demoness of Black's face was blurry and dark, unlike a living person. My crime is cheating, deceit, and exploiting others, mainly in reference to the demoness sect? Is this the punishment? Franka's thoughts raced and her body shattered. Mirror substitution. Jenna, while stealthily hidden, encountered a strange foe, a clergyman of the EBS church, dressed in a white robe with golden threads. Not only were his facial features hazy, but his physique was constantly shifting. A blaze of sunlight descended, banishing the shadows. Realization dawned on Jenna. My crime is believing in multiple deities and betraying the EBS. So an abstract embodiment of the church clergyman is punishing me. Jenna quickly rolled to avoid the attack. Anthony also was not forgotten. Just as he prepared to use psychological invisibility to approach Pearl and send her into a frenzy, a whip lashed at him. A cracking sound echoed in Anthony's mind, both illusory and real, sending a sharp pain through his soul. Every hair on his body stood on end. If not for his incredible self-control, he would have screamed. Before him stood a middle-aged man in a black uniform and white shirt, a Trier policeman. My crimes stem from my transgressions as a broker, so I'm up against the police. Most Trier policemen don't even have Beyonder powers, yet this Punisher wields abilities in the Arbiter domain? As Anthony conjured dragon scales on his body, he ran and rolled, seeking to use a chance to use psychological invisibility. Dude, that's so... Okay, I'll say it. This is the most cringe for Anthony for sure. Bro, Franka's running from a fucking demigod demoness. Jenna's running from a clergyman of the church. This guy's just fighting a patrolman. This is so cringe. The already dim surroundings around LEMMiNO darkened as if something was about to take shape. Just as the terrifying entity was about to emerge, it abruptly disintegrated, the surrounding gloom and fear dissipating. Is my crime so severe for a Punisher to manifest? Lumion guessed. Behind him, spears of blazing white flames materialized and shot towards the flamboyantly dressed Pearl. The spears formed a majestic, fierce forest, providing cover from Lumion's true attack. He had already drawn his revolver, gently flicking the cylinder with his finger. 3 of the 6 bullets he had obtained from Yeebus were loaded. Lumion... Oh, hit her! Bro! Hit her! Hit her with the hit her with the pregnant bullet! Let's go! Only by... Don't clip that, okay? Don't clip that. Only by employing these special bullets in combination with his call ability did he have a sliver of chance of injuring her. Bang! Lumion's eyes blazed with an iron-black intensity as the starlight shimmering bullets wove through the blazing flames. Pearl stood beside the fixed entrance to the... Oh yeah, Dr. Z, you haven't been here in a while. YouTube took away the clip feature, by the way. I can... Oh, for fuck's sake, son, no. Lumion's eyes blazed with an iron-black intensity. Pearl stood beside the fixed entrance to the mirror world, her smile wavering. How dare you attack an overseer? As the self-proclaimed overseer uttered her words, Lumion's bullet changed course, hurtling towards his own neck. Likewise, the blazing flames, spears, strangely returned to Lumion, engulfing him. Before Lumion could teleport, an implosion bullet struck him, causing his body to collapse. He transformed into a mirror and shattered. After the battle with Yeebus, Frank had provided Lumion with another mirror substitution. Pearl showed no surprise, simply sighing. Personally, I'd prefer you die now and release that angel. It would benefit our common cause. Unfortunately, the one who made the transaction with me insisted on capturing you alive. Lumion made a guess. Under the table transaction? Pearl is an overseer above Yeebus. She evaded pursuit from the major arcana holders by completing another under-the-table transaction, and for this she must capture me? When did she find out about Morin's situation? Was she monitoring the residents the whole time? Surely the Purifiers are professional enough to keep the news under wraps, right? Why capture me? Who wants me alive? Or could the person engaging in Pearl's transaction be a sufferer from the Sinners organization? Someone who doesn't want Termibors to break free from the seal, but wants to control him instead. No, that can't be. If it were just a sufferer, even if he could mislead Madam Magician and the others, he couldn't prevent them from returning to help. Yet she remained so calm. Could the other party in the transaction be a faction of the Mother Tree of Desire, or the Great Mother? Lumion connected two problems. First, the counterparty of the Overseer's transaction. Second, how she discovered Morin's mishap so quickly and promptly convened a high-level transaction. In the Purifiers team, a key member of April Fool's wasn't a transmigrator. Together with Loki, he orchestrated the loss of the humanoid artifact, and he had never been discovered. Indeed, if a key member of the April Fools lurking within the church appears unrelated to the Purifiers who lost the humanoid artifact, and they don't even know each other, can the church with its numerous artifacts and demigods investigate for so long without finding a thing? From the EBS church's perspective, the Purifier who lost the artifact truly committed a mistake, and he had no motive for the crime. Has the School of Truth expanded the broker's business into the church? It's true, only Unshadowed won't be embroiled in great transactions, and most Purifiers can't reach Sequence 4. Similarly, not all Cardinals are from the Sun pathway. It seems the School of Truth has long been connected to April Fools. Damn it, it really is a broker organization. Can it be the School of Truth's collaborator within the EBS Church urgently transmitted information about Morin's mishap? Upon receiving the news, Pearl immediately convened a high-level transaction. Was the transaction with April Fools? No, they don't have that kind of power. Could it be the Celestial Worthy? Or another high-ranking substitute of the Celestial Worthy? What, you're saying Zaratul likes the Celestial Worthy now? I'm joking, because obviously he would prefer him to Klein, because he's like, Klein's a bitch, bro. He took my shit. Pearl might have intended to offer an item in exchange for severing her connection. However, the counterparty in the under-the-table transaction proposed a new plan, allowing her to switch from passive to active, seizing the opportunity to deceive and set a trap. How far it can go depends on her improvisation. If it indeed is the April Fool's and the Celestial Worthy's will, it would explain why Madame Magician didn't sense anything. Lumion was quite alarmed. Klein genuinely no-diffed the shit out of him. It was so sad, too. Because Zaratul, we've been hearing about this bum since, like, fucking... basically Volume 1. The first time we enrolled, didn't we hear the Hornaces Flagrea ravings? And we were like, yo... this... And then you figure out it's Zaratul, and you're like, oh my god, what? Okay, hold on. Pushkar, I actually had an idea about that, okay? I don't know about the crying emoji, but I was thinking we replace it with something else, okay? Hold on. I was thinking, what are you eating? Just some chips, dude. I was thinking we add this emoji because I feel like we would use this all the time. This is like one of the emojis I saw in like Ludwig's chat because I'm one of his members. I feel like we would use that all the time. The gasp one, yeah. On peak after stream? Yeah, we can do peak. I don't mind. Realizing this, LEMMiNO was alarmed. Chermy Boris warned me twice about the School of Truth. Could it be that he foresaw the corresponding fate unfold and a chance for him to break free from the seal? One of those two emojis I tag you? I gotta... hold on. DSV, there's no fucking way. What are you doing, bro? Oh my god. One of these two? Oh, yeah. We can do these. Let me see. Can I... Dude, no, I don't even know. DSV is such a nice guy. I don't even think he's like visiting, you know, AI porn websites or whatever. Much more likely, this motherfucker's password is password.1. I swear to God. It can't be anything else. This motherfucker, that's genuinely what's happening. Emotes. Do I have the ability to add more? Fuck's sakes. I don't have the ability to add more emotes. Alright, someone tag Sal, I guess. Fucking we need... we need... You're not on the secret server? I'm not, no. Chermy Boris warned me twice about the School of Truth. Could it be that he foresaw the corresponding fate unfolded, a chance for him to break the seal? Is that why he is so eager? 7:30. No worries, Harsh. It's all good. Dude, Sal is genuine, DSV is genuinely just, because DSV is such a nice guy. I don't think he's like going to some like real sketchy ass websites, unless this motherfucker's trying to download a RAM online, but I don't think he's that stupid either. So I genuinely think what's happening is this motherfucker is just setting his password to like DSV.1 or some bullshit. And just going, oh my god, guys, they keep getting hacked. What the fuck? And the single MILFs got him. Damn, man. Listen, many a man have fallen for that. Lumen's mind raced, unable to fully process the details. But in the heart of the battle, he couldn't afford to waste a single moment overthinking. Only Conspire could deduce the possible scenario within the 2 seconds mirror substitution was taking place. Based on Pearl's words, Franca and the others would have concluded that she was the overseer above Yibis. She had sidestepped danger through the under-the-table transaction, but now had no choice but to confront them head-on. Lumen cursed, frustrated, that Alista Tudor's aura had been sealed by the underworld Dawit's death. If not for that, his best bet would have been to activate the mark on his palm with everything he had, allowing Alista Tudor to descend upon Trier. I saw DSV said send me one of the, and I was like, one, did he think I'm in financial need? Did he, instead he's hacked. If not for that, his best bet would have been to activate the mark on his right palm with everything he had, allowing Alista Tudor to descend upon Trier yet again. Without a second thought, Lumen triggered the black mark on his shoulder. His plan was to teleport out of there and into St. Viev Cathedral. Since Pearl's goal was to capture him, he obtained a conclusion. She would undoubtedly chase him. There's no other way she would stay put. If that happened, Franca, Jenna, and Anthony would still have to deal with the Punishers, but hey, at least they wouldn't be facing a demigod. Their odds of survival would be significantly better. Moreover, 2 Demonesses and Anthony all possessed mirror substitution as well as items like the 7-stone bracelet. As long as they didn't become a demigod's target, they had a good chance of using the substitutes to escape to the Church of the Fool. As Lumen's figure dissipated, he reached into his pocket with his left hand, his mind crystal clear. He couldn't be sure if Pearl was telling the truth about capturing him alive, or if it was a lie. Was it just a demigod's nonchalance when dealing with a mid-sequencer, or a habit formed from a broker's deception? He had to be prepared with the possibility that Pearl might not follow him and instead stay behind. His contingency plan was summon Mr. K. Kami, unknown, the one you guys put might work. My concern with that one is it might look too small, man. Like, I don't know if you can even see it in, like, emote size. While Mr. K as a shepherd couldn't directly fight a demigod, he was an Aurora Order oracle. He could hear the true creator's guidance. His presence... Dare I put it on stream? It's fine? Oh, okay, cool. His presence meant that the deity he believed in would surely cast his gaze upon them. Just need to upscale it? Okay. His gaze upon them. It would trigger a there was a good chance it would trigger a miraculous turn of events. Even without divine intervention, the Beyonder of the Apprentice pathway under Mr. K's grazing appeared to have records of a demigod's ability. It should be able to hold off Pearl for a few seconds. I gotta turn on my fan. It's getting hot as piss in my room. Give me 1 second. As Lumen activated his teleportation, Franco, who had been compelled to use mirror substitution, materialized in the corner. She had decided to activate the cufflink. She already knew Pearl was the Overseer and intended to escape via the mirror world. Once concealed in the mirror world, she could jump to the mirrors on Jenna, Lumion, and Anthony. Extending her hand and pulling her companions, they could all flee together. The cufflink emitted a dark light, but Franco didn't budge. What? Franco was stunned before a realization hit her. Failing to enter the mirror world without any interference could only mean one thing. This was a mirror world. Except for certain unique mirror worlds, one couldn't enter the mirror world from within a mirror world itself. The only option was to use the mirror to jump. Mirror worlds came in 2 varieties. The first was conventional and universal, not a true world, but a concept of doors, amalgamated. Wherever sun and surfaces existed. Okay, yeah, my HUD and your HUD would be very different, guys. It's like a night for you guys, but I'll bet you money it's still hotter for like Dr. Z or like Harsh. than it is for me. And it's like fucking 2:30 p.m. for me. 2:40, but you know. Fuck's sakes. Mirror World in the fourth epoch belonged to the latter category, containing only a projection of Trier, a sprawling metropolis, and exuded other regions. This mirror world was also special, but on a smaller scale. It was a mere projection of the Quarry Cave, likely generated by some ability. As a veteran shadow merchant, Pearl had long established partnerships with the mirror people. Oh, fuck, harsh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize. Pushcar 42? Fuck me, dude. It's 22 and I was like, I gotta turn the fucking fan on. Jesus, 42 is crazy, bro. Just as she was about to warn LEMMiNO and the others. 22 is pleasant weather. I know, I prefaced it with that. Nuke the sun, yeah. Aw, thanks, yeah. I don't know if you're talking about me, but if you are, thanks, buddy. Love you too. Just as she was about to warn LEMMiNO and the others, she saw the Demoness of Black's punishment projection seize the moment. Franco's pupils dilated as she activated mirror substitution. In an instant, she became a mirror. No, I'm not a bitch, okay? If we nuke the sun, it would just get hotter. Is that how that would work? I mean, realistically, the nuke wouldn't reach the sun because it would just fucking boil. But the mirror world slammed into the ground, shattering into countless fragments. At the same time, LEMMiNO's figure materialized. His teleportation had failed. I do not, Pushcar. I do not. Okay, hold on. That's not true. Mr. K's figure had already expanded, morphing into a massive blob of flesh that had enveloped LEMMiNO's body, forming a vibrant red cloak. With a sickening sound, LEMMiNO's body was pierced by grotesque wounds. It was only thanks to the protection of the cloak, transformed by Mr. K's finger, that he managed to survive. Of course, he still had one more mirror substitution up his ass. Overseer Pearl stood firm beside the jutting rock deep within the Quarry Cave. She flashed LEMMiNO a smile. Those who defy supervision and try to flee shall face punishment. As Franca and LEMMiNO's attempts failed in quick succession, Jenna tossed out a handful of fluorescent dust, whispered an incantation, and vanished from the Punisher. A light surged from the Punisher, clad in a white robe adorned with golden threads. As the light reached an empty space, it abruptly encountered an obstacle, staining a faint golden hue. You never saw the temperature screenshot? No, I assume it's in Discord. I'll check it out in a second. Jenna felt a surge of warmth and courage, but her eyes reflected a pure, magnificent pillar of light. The pillar of light struck her, transforming into a mirror and shattering. Anthony seized the chance to use psychological invisibility once more, but the Trier police didn't overlook him, as if it could detect the scent of sin on him. Bolts of light struck from the Punisher's eyes, piercing Anthony's soul. Bro, you're... Oh my god. Anthony's eyes bulged, his mouth agape, and he couldn't even muster a scream. He stood paralyzed. Death, the police uttered. Clenching his right hand into a fist, he lunged at Anthony. Imbued with a peculiar force, the fist collided with Anthony's head. Anthony shattered into countless fragments. Franca, dressed in an assassin suit, reappeared. Confronted by a demigod's overwhelming power, the non-godhood possessing Demoness of Black, and the sealed special mirror world, she decisively retrieved an item from her mirror bag, or from her traveler bag. Pride armor. Franca positioned the pride armor in front of her, its back facing to Overseer Pearl. She was convinced that the demigod was the crux of the problem, not the Punisher taking form. If they could dispatch her, she might... if Pearl remained unscathed, another Punisher would re-emerge after dispatching the first. Franca noticed Pearl standing beside a protruding rock. It led her to believe that Pearl could harness the Fourth Epoch Trier's corruption to request a fixed entrance to the mirror world. Not only would it allow them to enter and exit without relying on an inherent characteristic, but it would also serve as a gateway. The instant the Pride Armor's feet touched the ground, it spun around, its gaze fixed on Pearl. Dude, Bladel, you gotta get over that fucking backstab by your mom, okay? I'm sorry that happened to you. It sucks. But, like, it's been, like, 7 years, okay? You need to get your shit together. This is embarrassing. Franca swiftly leapt to the side and rolled, avoiding the Pride Armor's back. The silver armor charged towards Pearl, condensing a broadsword of light. In the dark cathedral, bereft of a deity's emblem, a pea rapidly grew, transforming into a multitude of thick turquoise vines. They separated the suspended corpse, preventing them from approaching the hermit. Judgment, who had remained silent, extended her palm, glowing with a copper-gold luster. She spoke. "Marionettes are prohibited here." The corpses ceased their movement, and the magician tore open the void before her, tainting it with a resplendent starlight, forming an enchanting door. Beyond the door was the portrait of a woman, Loki, who had undergone a bizarre transformation. What? Loki reached into the air and pulled out a figure. The figure was a woman with a voluptuous build, dressed in a black gown, a golden crown encrusted with jewels adorning her head. She had curly chestnut hair, blue eyes, and a high nose bridge exuding a demoness-like aura. Chestnut hair was... Oh god. Oh god, it's so over, boys. And they brought the fucking magic wishing lamp. Y'all are cooked as fuck. Bro, I swear, if somehow everyone survives this, I'm anticipating someone's dying, okay? As much as I hate to say it, I think Jenna or Anthony are dying. And it sucks because I love them. But one of those two are dying. I'm feeling it, okay? But if everyone survives, these fucking bum Major Arcana holders better give them, like, the reward of a century. It took me a whole chapter. Isn't it Bernadette, the chestnut hair? Chestnut in my mind always means Bernadette, no? In the depths of the shadowy cathedral, Loki conjured a figure out of thin air. The scene unfolding them, and beside them was vivid. On the wall, the aqueous black stone bricks, a painting depicted a woman in a bright red dress adorned with intricate embroidery and lace. Her black hair styled in an ancient elegant bun, her face boring a mysterious frozen smile. Her brown eyes transfixed on the vivid, illusory ball of yarn before the hermit. And the woman remained within the mural, silently observing. At the same time, the lady with a golden crown exuding the allure of a demoness was pulled from the air by Loki. She turned her piercing blue eyes towards the hermit, who had just entered the cathedral's depths. As her long, chestnut hair billowed, each strand thickening, they seemed to fixate on the hermit. Prophesizing a grim future, the hermit shielded herself with the magic wishing lamp, then arced her back. She sprouted a pure white illusory feather reminiscent of a swan. Fairy tale magic. Ugly duckling. Whoa, hermit, you're not ugly. You're like, you just don't put any effort, okay? You're like a classic nerd, okay? You're pretty. You just gotta put some effort into your appearance. Come on, have some faith in yourself. Jeez. This power allowed saints who had not yet reached the level of an angel to reveal their incomplete mythical creature form. Their pristine swan feathers abruptly turned a grayish white and hardening into falling rocks. The hermit exposed skin split open. Within the crevice, flesh and blood writhed, giving a rise to black and white eyeballs. Whoa, Dr. Z, I'm helping. She called herself Ugly Duckling. I said, whoa, you're not ugly. You just don't pay any attention to your appearance. Like, I have a cousin who's like, she's a dentist. She's very pretty. But the problem is she doesn't care to put any effort into that. She's like, I just roll out of bed and I am the way I am. She's like, I do not, given she's married, so she's like, I don't give a fuck less. Fair. But like, yeah. The pristine swan feathers abruptly ceased to grayish-white and hardened to falling rocks. The hermit exposed skin split open, revealing grotesque, sinister crevices. Within the crevices, blood and flesh writhed, giving rise to black and white eyeballs. The eyeballs petrified and fell away, only to be replaced by new ones. Yet magic wishing lamps before the hermit remained untouched. Every healthcare worker in the world is like that. That's not true. Are we counting nurses as healthcare workers? Because trust me, most nurses I know are like I'm going to use the word, they're like the sluttiest people, they're like the sluttiest women I've ever met. They care wholly and exclusively about their appearance. It's extraordinary. The eyeballs petrified and fell away, only to be replaced by new ones. Yet the magic wishing lamps before the hermits remained untouched. The clad empress body became ethereal, her form dissipating into a torrent of knowledge that surged towards the magician. The magician appeared beside Loki in an instant, but a deluge of information emerged from the void. Vanishing, the magician reappeared simultaneously in 9 different locations. Upon realizing that the target was the woman in the wall painting, she attempted to escape the shadowy cathedral by force, but each effort led her back to where she began. The clad empress incarnation began to pour information from behind the magician's 9 figures, seeking to infiltrate the target's mind and denying her the time to tear through the void. Smiling, Loki arose from the armchair and reached into the void, as if grasping someone's arm. Seizing the moment, Judgment reached the cathedral dome and pressed down with her right palm like chaos descending and spoke, "Mystery weakens here while reality grows stronger." As a pride armor raced towards the overseer, Franca advanced the 7 stone bracelets on her left wrist. The crimson, blood-like gem on the bracelet adorned with 3 diamonds, and the 4 uniquely colored gems burned with fierce light. In a flash, Franca appeared behind the demoness of black. She refrained from joining the pride armor and confronting Overseer, having learned from Lumin's encounter that their attacks would have no effect on the Overseer, only inviting proportional punishment. Jesus, that's a rough word. Instead, they resolved to eliminate the Demoness of Black, a punisher lacking godhood and exhibiting great rigidity. The Demoness was merely equivalent to a stronger Sequence 5, making it possible for Franca to deal with her. As for an Overseer, the outcome depended on the challenge and the effects brought about by the Pride Armor. Materializing, Franca raised her hand, already donning the Ring of Punishment. Her lake blue eyes, 2 bolts of lightning ignited. The Demoness of Black's figurine shattered. Damn it, mirror substitution is so fucking annoying, Franca thought. Yeah, you do it 9 times a battle, bro. You can't say that. A Demoness's whole survivability, at least until they become a demigod, is just mirror substitution. Mirror substitution. You wouldn't believe it? Mirror substitution. At that instant, Lumion had just endured the punishment for attempting to escape. The cloak transformed from Mr. K, fingers shattering and splattered. As he watched the silver-white pride armor rush over to the Overseer, raising a broadsword, Pearl maintained a friendly smile, undaunted by the armor. An Overseer was impervious to attacks from those lacking godhood. Oh, I'm sorry, Harsh, I forgot. True. Dude, I swear, the entire volume is 2 Demonesses using mirror substitution. The Spectator using, what the fuck is it? Like, what the fuck does he have that's like this? His equivalent of psychic piercing, I can't remember. That, Spirit World Traversal, and Harumph. I swear to God. Lumion has like 50,000 abilities, and those are the only 5 that matter. Fuck everything else. Take everything else away from him, the fights go exactly as these ones did. Frenzy and awe, yes, thank you. That's it. That's literally it. Take away all their other powers. It doesn't even matter. Genuinely, unknown. It would just be like, He would teleport behind Celestial Worthy, and Celestial Worthy would go, "Oh, there was an error," and you teleported right in front of me. And he goes to like grasp him, and he teleports again, and he goes, "Oh, damn." Goes behind him, harumps, and Celestial Worthy goes, "Oh, there was an error. The harump hit you," and LEMMiNO goes, "Oh, well, I just tanked it. Harump again." like this is what's gonna happen. I swear to God, what the fuck? This was the sacred significance of overseeing. An overseer was impervious to attacks from those lacking godhood. That's nuts. As for daring to strike on an overseer, the consequences would be quite dire. The overseer had already envisioned the armor turning on the demoness who had summoned it in the next moment. As the overseer contemplated this, the armor swung the sword of dawn in its grasp. It remained unaffected. Pearl's pupils dilated as her figure in the bright red dress transformed into a shadow. The broadsword of light descended. Chris! Holy shit, buddy! How you doing? Holy shit! Did you make it okay? I know obviously your flight was a couple days ago, but holy shit. How's it going, buddy? Pearl's pupils dilated as her figurine transformed into a pitch black shadow. Devil, Chris is moving. 42. Holy shit. Pushcar. Air quality is acceptable. 77. Hold on. Do you want to see something? Okay, hold on. Let me tell you what my AQI is. Air quality index 3. And I'm in the yellow range right now because 3 is higher than it should be in my area. This motherfucker's at 77 and it says moderate. Oh my god. How do you live like this? What? Bro, AQI under 100. Bro, my shit is at air quality 3. And it says air quality index is 3, which is worse than yesterday at about this time. And no, bug. The higher the more pollutants in the air. So like the lower the better. Ideally you want 0, but obviously 0 is impossible. But you know, unless you live in like Antarctica or some bullshit. Pearl's pupils dilated as her figurine, because I think it's like parts. I think it's calculated by ppm, right? Parts per million, I think. Checked out some houses yesterday and today. Oh shit, nice. Anything you like in your price range? Pearl's. Oh, by the way, Devil, while I have you, can I bug you to tag Sal? We wanna add a new emo. Pearl's pupils dilated as her figure in the bright red dress transformed into a pitch black shadow. The broadsword of light descended, cleaving the shadow in 2. The divided shadows took form. 2 that we like? Nice. Wait, did he say... Wait, are you saying the royal we, or are you saying like you and a partner? You don't have to answer that, by the way. I'm nosy. I apologize. Pearl's pupils dilated as her figure in the bright red... I've read the same sentence 4 times. Okay, fuck it. I'm not reading chat. I've read the same sentence 4 times. Fuck off. Pearl's pupils dilated as her figure in the bright red dress transformed into a pitch black shadow. The broadsword of light descended, cleaving the shadow in 2. The divided shadows took form, replicating multiple similar shadows that scattered in all directions. The pride armor genuflected and drove the sword of dawn into the ground. The broadsword shattered, unleashing countless sharp fragments that swept the area. The entire Quarry Cave was bathed in illumination. To Franka's surprise, the demoness of black, whose outline had been visible, rapidly vanished. Likewise, Jenna and Anthony, who had been cornered by the clergymen of EBS Church and the police incarnations, found themselves no longer under attack. Bewildered, they observed as the Punishers, who had exerted immense pressure, melted away like frost. LEMMiNO was astonished by the pride armor. He had harbored little faith in sealed artifact's ability to challenge an overseer, yet it exceeded his expectations. Furthermore, he had noticed several peculiar details since Pearl's arrival. The overseer's feet had not shifted an inch. She stood She stood beside a protruding rock with a fixed entrance to the mirror world, never pursuing or approaching, instead exerting her influence upon them from a distance. Me and my mom? Oh, I see, okay. You genuine, like, I've read that same fucking, the Demoness of Black in her, bright red, the Overseer in a bright red dress transformed into a fucking shadow. Like, this is so cringe. Could this be an inherent trait of an Overseer? Might the Pride Armor's capacity to strike her stem from the abhorrence and hatred imbued within it by a deity? Were only attacks infused with godhood or a corresponding level of corruption capable of harming an Overseer? Snapping out of his daze, he shouted to Franka, "More in Avigny's makeup mirror!" She knew that the Pride Armor could not easily vanquish the Overseer. She had to seize this fleeting, uninterrupted window to escape. Before the Overseer's appearance, the dark light emanating from Morin's makeup mirror had led Franka to suspect that might be an exit. Dude, I was genuinely stuck in a fucking time loop. Franka trusted that LEMMiNO's grasp of the full import of her concise words and refraining from elaborating further. The blue gem on her bracelet emitted a sea-like glow. In an instant, she materialized behind Jenna, grasping her arm. Teleport. When you go to school and the ground is completely frozen and you just slide. Dude, I swear, to check AQI, I just used the weather app on my phone. On assuming you have an iPhone, if you scroll down to the near the middle of the page below where it shows the temperature for the week, it shows air quality. A diamond and the 7 bracelet illuminated. Teleport. Franka and Jenna teleported to Morin Avigny's corpse in the nearby makeup mirror. Meanwhile, LEMMiNO readily understood Franka's message. He had activated the black mark on his shoulder to teleport to Anthony without hesitation. I have never seen snow. Fun fact, 2/3 of the human population have never seen snow, which is fucking crazy because I see more snow than I ever want to in a fucking lifetime every fucking winter. She hesitated. Without hesitation, he grabbed his teammate's arm and teleported again. Their destination, Morin Avigny's makeup mirror. However, upon appearing near Morin's corpse, Franka and LEMMiNO were stunned to discover the makeup mirror had become illusory. At that moment, the Overseer spoke. "You stand guilty. You have harmed an Overseer." As her voice echoed, the silver-white body mirror ascended, and the void behind it ruptured into darkness. Propelled by an unseen force, the armor plummeted into a centipede-like crack, resembling a void scar, falling into the pitch-black abyss that extended as far as the eye could see. You live near the Himalayas, just go see snow. Bro, Dr. Z, that answer is literally let them eat cake. Like, oh, you've never seen snow? Have you considered just traveling like a dozen hours and just seeing snow? No worries, Chris. It's all good, buddy. It's all good. Go about your thing, okay? Go. Listen, the house is way more important. Fuck it. Don't worry about the streams. Don't worry about mods. Don't worry about any of that shit, okay? Just focus on finding a house you and your mom actually like, okay? Because more than anything, listen. At the end of the one piece of warning I will give you. Yeah, but Pushkar, to Dr. Z, anywhere in India is near the Himalayas. Sorry. So Chris, listen, the one thing I'll tell you is, listen, obviously you want to find a house you like, okay? Because you're going to spend a decent bit of time there. But aside from that, the one good piece of advice someone really gave me was, listen, at the end of the day, a house or a car or, anything that you use or spend time with daily just eventually becomes the thing. No matter how much you like your car. And listen, I really like my car, okay? 'Cause I love cars in general. But, like, it doesn't bring me the same joy that it did when I first got it. Because it's just like, no, it's just my car. My house is just my house. So don't stress about, like, hey, I want to find, like, a thing with this XYZ. Just be like, hey, this is a place where I can see myself spending time, okay? As long as you feel comfortable there, everything else just will wash away. That's all I can tell you. Seer, I can't even buy myself a house, okay? I wish. Okay? I can't even buy myself. The first thing I gotta do is fucking... don't even ask. Okay? I can't buy myself a house until I'm probably fucking 50 at this rate. Just fuck this cringe shit. No, Chris lives in the US. You get married with? No, I got... Listen, bitch. Later. I ain't got time for all that bullshit. I have no time for a fucking to have a relationship. My whole day is so fucking busy. I don't even know when I would take time out to like see someone. My whole fucking day is work. Harsh, I'm never getting a fucking house. This is the truth. I'm never getting a house ever. Propelled by an unseen... How long was your drive to Western again? A little over an hour. About an hour, rather. Let's just say this. Just marry an oil baron heiress. I'm sorry, Bug, you know a lot of them? Introduce me, please, motherfucker. Propelled by an unseen force, the pride armor plummeted into a centipede-like crack resembling a void scar, falling into a pitch-black abyss that extended as far as the eye could see. It vanished entirely from LEMMiNO and the companion's sight. Judgment. Exile. The shadows swiftly converged beside the protruding rock with a fixed entrance to the mirror world. Overseer. Red, what are you doing? Why are you trying to fucking discern where I am? Fuck off. Holding a makeup mirror in her hand, she smiled and said, "Do you believe I would leave the exit intact?" I replaced it with a counterfeit. Okay, Devil, let me just answer your fucking question, okay? I live in London. I just live on the opposite side of the uni. Okay. Let me here. I'll help you out. Okay. I live in London. Holding a makeup mirror in her hand, she smiled and said, "Do you believe I would leave the exit intact?" I replaced it with a counterfeit long ago. Everyone's expression shifted as these thoughts raced through his mind. Lumion, already grasping Anthony's arm, swiftly activated the black mark on his shoulder. Yeah, I know I said that, but it was a fucking lie. Okay, I'm not a... No, there's a London in Canada too, Pushkar. The London in Canada is based off the London in US. That's why, like, it has some of the shittiest fucking architecture known to man. Because there's like... Nowhere in Canada will you find like fucking one-way streets, and my city is just fucking chocked full of them because they were like, well, London has a lot of one-way streets and we're gonna make them, even though you could just fucking not do that, bro. Yeah, I don't. They were like, His Majesty the King will come through here. We wish for him to be sentimental of his hometown. Fucking cringe lords. He and Anthony vanished in an instant beside Morin's corpse. Franca made a similar effort, causing the emerald in her bracelet to transmit a transparent green light. Yeah, I know, you told me, Red. However, just as she blinked with Jenna at a corner of the Quarry Cave, Pearl's word of order resounded in her ears. Dude, oh, God. You stand guilty. You attacked an overseer. Franca was the one who unleashed the pride armor. As Franca is prepared to use the Devil, if you can, just warn Sal. Okay, we'd like to get that. We'd like to get that emote today if we can. As Franca prepared to use the 7-stone bracelet to depart her location, she suddenly witnessed the surrounding void freeze and transform. Dude, I've been on this chapter for an hour. This was a cage from which teleportation could not escape. It encompassed the entire area. Even if Franca and Jenna attempted to employ the mirror substitution, they would remain confined. Judgment, confinement. Overseer Pride averted her gaze, searching for Lumion and Anthony. She surveyed the surroundings, but found no trace. Bro, I'm gonna be fucking here forever. This fucking stream today is gonna be 4 hours. I'm so sorry. A fucking 4-hour stream. This is so cringe. Or fun. I don't know. Depends on where you stand, I guess. I don't know. Pearl swiftly focused and took her overseer position, carefully observing the different sections of the cave. It says even to me. Ah, love you too, Sierra. The area was shrouded in darkness, with only a carbide lamp laying on its side, providing faint bluish-yellow light. I'm not a Brit, you does my voice sound like I'm a Brit? Fuck, Bushgar, stop rage baiting me. Holy fuck, I'm trying to get... Pearl spotted Lumion and Anthony. They were both... Dude, I gotta stop drinking. You guys... The rage baiting gets to me way quicker if I'm drinking. Oh my god. As she looked around, Pearl spotted Lumion and Anthony. They were both located at the Quarry Cave's exit, which marked the isolated boundary of this unique mirror world. It wasn't a viable escape route, leaving them trapped. Oh my... Wait, Kami, you can't use this, bro. I'm gonna get copyrighted up my ass. I know this music. This is Bleach. What are you doing to me? Kami, what are you doing? Stop. Bro, I'm gonna make negative money this stream. Come on. Oh my god, Kami, you fucking dickhead, dude. This motherfucker said, I don't give a shit. They were both located on the Quarry Cave exit, which marked the isolated boundary of this mirror world. It wasn't a viable escape. You have never used this music before. Do not fucking lie to me, Kami. I'm gonna get struck. The fucking Japan is gonna launch a fucking nuke to my house. What are you doing to me? Bro, if you don't want me to stream, just fucking tell me. I'll stop streaming. Jesus fuck. Don't take the channel down. Jesus. Lumen stood facing Pearl, wearing the boxing gloves with iron black spikes. He gripped a brass revolver in his hand. Anthony took cover behind him. The hypnotist, however, wasn't standing. He was down on one knee, using a blank sketchbook propped up on his right thigh as a surface to quickly draw something. Bottle of fiction. Lumion and Anthony found themselves in a bottle of fiction, formed from the Quarry Cave exit, but this was pointless against the Overseer, who had a complete overview of the current mirror world. As she watched the scene unfold, the Overseer felt a strange, unsettling aura. Lumion, as the team leader and the most powerful member, appeared to be buying the spectator time. Whether he was gambling on her unwillingness to kill him, hoping to capture him alive so he could be used as a shield, it was evident that the spectator's actions were critical. Lumion believed it could either harm her, an Overseer, or help them evade an Overseer. Without hesitation, Pearl fixed her gaze on Lumion and Anthony within the bottle of fiction and declared, in the words of the Order, "An Overseer sees all." The moment she uttered those words, the bottle of fiction quietly disintegrated. However, Pearl noticed that Lumion was no longer shielded by the bottle of fiction. Anthony still remained inside one. The Overseer failed to dispel it. Lumion smiled, confirming this. The bottle of fiction surrounding Anthony was created using him as a base. He spread his legs on the ground and created a symbolic doorway. That's crazy. Lumion's body arced slightly as he faced the Overseer. His smile twisted as he uttered, "Yes, Anthony is carrying out a crucial task for me. But to break the bottle of fiction made from a living person, you must defeat me. Anyone trying to harm Anthony will have to go through me. I am Anthony's shield, the wall that protects him." Pearl's smile diminished slightly as she said, "You stand guilty. You murdered someone." Murder? Lumion's heart skipped a beat. He wasn't surprised by the fact that he'd killed someone, but he didn't expect Pearl to charge him with such a thing. No matter the form of the punishment, the outcome was set in stone. A murderer must meet his end. "Doesn't she want to take me in alive?" Lumion had voluntarily become Anthony's shield, believing that Pearl wouldn't risk killing him. That would limit many of her abilities. He had hoped to buy time until Anthony finished the sketch of the Beyonder painting album he had gotten from the Bard. The album's purpose was to bring drawings to life. Unexpectedly, this plan fell apart quite quickly. Of course, Lumion hadn't bet everything on the possibility of the Overseer only wishing to capture him alive. It was impossible for him to defeat a demigod. But he had some hope at buying time. A muffled thunderclap resounded in the low ceiling of the Quarry Cave. A lightning serpent sprang forth, entwining into a tree of lightning as wide as a barrel aimed at LEMMiNO. Before the thunder echoed and the lightning struck, LEMMiNO had already lifted his head, pointing the revolver at the world's punishment. His eyes turned iron black and he couldn't perceive any weaknesses in the lightning. His only option was to channel the blazing white flames into a revolver and shoot. Bang! As the threatening silver-white trees of lightning hurtled down, a bullet, glowing of dark green, shot from the muzzle, colliding with the immersed lightning bolt. I thought Wiz lived in Ottawa or Toronto, not gonna lie. The fact that you know the name Ottawa is kind of cool by itself, Pushkar. Almost fucking no one knows that city. And that city's a fucking shithole. I say because my city is the only one that might be a slightly worse shithole than Ottawa. As the threatening silver-white lightning hurtled down, weakening bullet. This was the weakening bullet he had obtained from Yebus. Instantly, the lightning bolt shattered into a dark green bullet and the blazing flames encasing it. A blinding silver-white light engulfed LEMMiNO. A horrifying roar assaulted Anthony's ears, causing his body to shudder involuntarily. He remembered the night the cultists attacked the army camp. Gunfire, cannon blasts, and screams, shouts coming from every corner, overwhelming him with panic. It left him with a profound psychological scar. Now he felt as if he had been transported back. Anthony gathered himself and looked at the blank sketchbook before resuming his sketch. He could still vividly recall LEMMiNO's body language. Unless I die and someone steps over my corpse, no one will harm you. Compared to the current hopelessness and terror of that night, where everyone was in peril, Anthony felt the current situation wasn't as dire. Fun fact: I'm going to Quebec this weekend. That's why or next weekend. That's why I'm not streaming next weekend. At the very least, I have a dependable companion. At the very least, someone would risk their life to protect me. Amidst the innumerable silver lightning serpents, LEMMiNO first fractured into a mirror shard. She's in British Columbia, a different province, a different state. LEMMiNO's body first fractured into mirror shards, then charred and crumbled into dust. Mirror substitution. LEMMiNO's figure reappeared, standing firm in a spot. Rumble. Besides, if I ever go to the west coast where Dara lives, I'll probably just drive down to Cali and see and meet up with Easy if I can too. That'd be cool. A new round of execution was brewing. Fun. Oh, actually, I might. There's a chance. It's unlikely, but one of my cousins is having a wedding in Cali in October. So maybe, I don't know if I'm gonna go for sure, but if I do, I will try to see if I can carve out like an afternoon to meet up with Easy. And obviously, if he's free, obviously. The thunder in the sky didn't fade with the previous punishment. A new round of execution was brewing. Since the overseer had prosecuted, the punishment would persist until the target was well and truly dead. LEMMiNO's scalp prickled, and his hair stood on end from the lingering electricity. Seconds later, an even more magnificent and terrifying colossal lightning descended. I'm not human OST. Already clenching his teeth, LEMMiNO tossed his revolver aside and raised his hands, allowing the boxing gloves to precisely meet the lightning tip. The blazing white fireballs materialized above him. The boxing gloves could withstand an attack imbued with godhood at the cost of shattering. Amidst the abrupt, devastating explosion, the silver-white tree of death, composed of lightning, stopped at LEMMiNO's fist. Blazing white flames burst forth, driving the tiny lightning serpent's back. The lightning punishment quickly subsided, but the muffled rumble in the air lingered. With multiple resounding cracks, LEMMiNO's boxing gloves charred and cracked, shattering. Seeing a fresh round of lightning about to form, LEMMiNO knew he shouldn't, but he couldn't resist urging Anthony, "Why the fuck isn't he done?" After a brief, suffocating silence, a silver chatting white lightning serpent struck from afar, illuminating the entire cave with a smile on the overseer's face. LEMMiNO only had time for one thing. He animated his shadow and switched places with it. Amidst a sharp, urgent thunderstorm, the giant lightning serpent consumed the shadow, instantly vaporizing. Bro, I'm so hungry. I need to order some food. I'm so hungry. Fuck me, man. Order fish and chips. I actually do like fish and chips, I'm not gonna lie to you. Amidst the sharp and urgent thunderstorm, the lightning serpent consumed the shadow, vaporizing it. At last, this round of punishment had concluded, and LEMMiNO reappeared in front of Anthony, his legs slightly apart, his back somewhat hunched. Why the fuck isn't he done? LEMMiNO thought. He had considered dismantling the bottle of fiction and teleporting Anthony around, but he could tell that the overseer's punishment wouldn't simply end because he changed positions. With the speed of lightning, he couldn't depend on the teleportation to evade it. It was a matter of teleportation being too slow, with the time needed to activate it. Thunder resounded in LEMMiNO's ears, hurtling the impending punishment. I'm done with Volume 4 right now, you dumb bitch. Behind LEMMiNO, the sweat the size of soybeans formed on Anthony's forehead as he crouched down, drawing. The sketch's first half was successful and completed, but for some reason, the final stroke suddenly became challenging. The painting album influenced the pencil, causing it to greedily absorb Anthony's spirituality. However, even this substantial spirituality could only inch the black lines forward. At the same time, the edges of the black drawing pages gradually curled, igniting the transparent flames as if struggling. Anthony was well aware that this painting album was not meant to display such a thing, but he had complete faith in LEMMiNO's judgment and persisted. Muffled thunder intensified, and Anthony could hear it. Despite being a psychiatrist, he found himself unable to control his emotions. He composed himself and continued the final stroke. Seeing the terrifying silver lightning on the brink of taking shape and Anthony behind him, LEMMiNO felt a wave of despair. Am I gonna die? Very well. I would like to see what Termiboros looks like. Death. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration illuminated LEMMiNO's mind. He retrieved an item from his bag, a golden mask. He had obtained this mask from Hisoka, originating from death. LEMMiNO put on the mask, his body rapidly growing cold and his aura dissipating. The lightning punishment brewed in midair and came to a standstill. LEMMiNO had become an undead creature. One of the mask's purpose was to transform the wearer into an undead while preserving their intelligence. LEMMiNO was now dead, and the punishment had served its purpose, coming to an end. Witnessing this, the overseer was taken aback. She chuckled, her composure remaining intact. Bro, she's such a bum. You're just like, punishment, I'm not gonna... Bro, just attack him. You're a demigod. You could probably kill him. What are we doing? You're so smug. With the punishment descending, she had not sat idle and prepared for unforeseen circumstances. She used a coin bag to execute an under-the-table transaction. Her right hand was about to withdraw. Behind LEMMiNO, Anthony watched as a curled-up edge and invisible flames rapidly spread to the center of the page, intensifying. As if he had managed to complete the final stroke, the drawing paper would be rendered useless. Nothing effective would come out of it. Anthony gritted his teeth, choosing to trust his companion. He recalled LEMMiNO's instructions: draw Monet first, and before drawing Madame Magician. Monet, the island swindler. The instant this thought crossed Anthony's mind, he was astonished to see the painting's paper edge halt and the invisible flames freeze. The movements of the pencil became smoother. Mustering his spirituality, he finished drawing a monocle outlined by simple outlines on the right eye of the island swindler. Bro, what? Bro, there's no way. There's 3 chapters left? I'm such a bum today. How long is this fucking... This is gonna be my longest stream by far. What the fuck? Abad, I summon you! Oh my god. Finishing the last stroke, Anthony sighed, confirming he still lived. Although unsure if Amon's incarnation, Monet, could help turn the tables or find a way out of the mirror world, he obeyed his partner's orders and done his part. Almost at once, Anthony saw the corners of Monet's sketch mouth turn up, appearing to come to life. But the curling paper and the translucent flames stirred once more. In an instant, the drawing of Monet condensed into a ball, devoured by clear flames, absorbed by the bottle of fiction. Had he failed? Even a hypnotist found it hard to stay calm in the face of all this. Right then, the overseer pulled her right hand from under the table bag of coins. The transaction was made. Lumin's group would teeter on the edge of sleep. Pearl looking back at her targets, Lumin standing firm, wearing the golden mask. His aura was gone, radiating the ice of death. But Lumin's eyes stayed open. Pearl knew something was wrong. As she was about to act, a dark thickness swallowed her. A thick darkness swallowed her. Pearl's eyes shut and she swayed unsteadily. She fell asleep. The sleep effect meant for Lumion and his team hit her instead. Seeing this, Lumion felt immense joy. He sensed a strange power pulsing from the bottle of fiction. Did it work? Anthony did it? As expected. The entity's prior action sought to help his father. And his father is on our side. Lumion quickly deactivated the bottle of fiction, ready to teleport to the sleeping Pearl. He would get Morin's mirror and escape. If he could just get out, he could find a way to make Pearl leave. Just then, Pearl's coin bag and Morin's mirror fell to the ground. Morin's mirror shattered, cracking the entire area. Pearl, driven by ambition, woke up. As Lumion's hopes sank further, a shadow raced out of the mirror. It combined with the strewn bits of flesh and blood, instantly reforming into Mr. K. When the world took damage, the Aurora Order felt his finger teleport on instinct, turning into a shadow and slipping through. In the dark cathedral in an unknown location, Madam Magician blinked over and over, unable to shake off the flood of random information. As she blinked, starlight filled her eyes, solidifying into a weird, ancient stone wall clock. Grand, majestic chimes echoed in every nook of the cathedral. An old model phantom appeared in air. A stone clock split into 12 sections, each crossing grayish-white or bluish-black symbols. Zaratul, you may be a demon that has lived for 500 years, but the one that stands before you is a great mage who has lived for over 1,000. The chimes carried an unspeakable, invisible torrent through ages long past. The horrifying torrent of information froze. Hermit, changed into an incomplete mythical creature, stopped cold. Judgment, floating over the cathedral, turned into a statue. Loki's hand, reaching into the void, froze. In this frozen state, the starlight in Magician's eyes changed. Countless complex symbols appeared, quickly joining into a huge, unreal, scaleless serpent. The next second, the serpent bent to bite its tail before beginning to slowly turn. The massive torrent of information started to reverse, going back the way it came until it turned back into the woman in the black dress and a gold crown. The black-dressed woman faded, becoming a ghost and floating. Oddly captivating tarot card. In the end, both went back and the void disappeared. Fallen rocks fell onto the hermit's body, turning back to eyes of pure white. Hermit quickly lost her terrifying look that would make anyone go mad. Judgment returned to the surface, quickly past the door as the mystery weakening limit faded. Loki drew his hand back, settling into the pitch-black chair. In the fractured special mirror world, Overseer Pearl saw the hooded, black-robed Mr. K and his many sins upon waking up. Oddly, the criminal who had just done worse things than Lumion had only a small grey spot, suggesting that finishing an under-the-table transaction with Mr. K would be difficult, as if it needed certain conditions. It seemed to come from an extreme devotion. All transactions can only keep going with the permission of the one he has faith in. As Pearl's mind raced, she glanced at Mr. K and said, "You stand guilty. You murdered someone." The space over Mr. K went dark as something awful took shape. Having heard Lumion talk about Yebus's power, he knew what deadly punishment was coming. He quickly changed his grazing target, using devil transformation under Rose Bishop's flesh and blood to endure the unknown attack. But in the flash, the growing penalties vanished, as if gone to an unknown place. The scary pressure, like thick smoke, blew away in fierce winds. Mr. K stunned for a moment before exploding into a crazed laughter. I am guilty, but it is the Lord who carries my sins. I am innocent. I am innocent to this world. Amidst the laughter, Mr. K's changed grazing targets. Layers of unreal doors showing up in his eyes. Many doors to different worlds came together, turning into ghostly books. The book materialized in front of Mr. K as he flipped fast. I came. I saw. I recorded. Kami, I'm so sorry to break the thing, but your timing was so fucking good. Holy shit. I tried to keep it together, but that was so fucking good. Oh my god. As the ethereal voice rang out, the illusory book stopped on a specific page. In an instant, Mr. K turned into a 2 or 3 meter half-tall giant in a cold black armor, holding a pitch-black sword. He sprinted to the Overseer. Praise you, Mr. K roared, slicing down with a sword of darkness. Pearl's face went grim yet again, seeing the prosecution had no effect. Of course, as a demigod, though caught off guard, she knew exactly what to do. Amidst Mr. K's wild laughter, she stressed, an Overseer is protected. The black-armored half-giant used all his might, slashing at Pearl's head, but a barrier blocked it. The barrier cracked, and Mr. K's body quickly fell apart. A clean cut, taking off his right arm and shoulder, dropping them to the ground. Though Mr. K used recorded demigod's power and had a bit of godhood, he still faced punishment for attacking a clearly protected Overseer. A freshly done crime, not yet born. The flesh on Mr. K's shoulder writhed as if creating a new arm, but he ignored it. His left arm grabbed his falling sword and said, "Praise you for creating everything." As the rough voice echoed, the dark broadsword slashed yet again. With Pearl's former protection, the dropped coin bag floated to her hand, quickly making an under-the-table transaction aimed at everyone. As the dark broadsword swung, the unseen barrier guarding fully shattered. Mr. K's left arm came off his body, showing a huge cut. In the cut, blood-colored flesh tendrils grew fast, as if alive, as if a new Mr. K would emerge altogether. Pearl wasn't happy. Based on the deal, Mr. K, LEMMiNO, and the rest should have gotten much weaker, but nothing had changed at all. Could it be that I am the one who is unlucky? The person who had made the deal was a fraud and never meant to keep up their end? Pearl's heart sank as she couldn't understand, and she couldn't move for some reason. She then saw the armless Mr. K bow in an exaggerated way. The Oracle's mouth open as wide as it possibly could have, corners going to his ears, blood churning where it tore, flesh tendrils covering the spots. Using the stretched mouth, the black-armored Mr. K swung his sword. He jumped high and praised, "Praise you for bearing the sins of the world." Amidst the hoarse yells, Mr. K fell, a dark sword, using himself as the grip, slashing at the Overseer. Holy peak! What the fuck? That's so good! What the fuck? Oh my god! Oh my god, dude, seriously, Kami, on a fucking off note, holy shit, that timing, the music choices is so fucking peak. Oh my god, I feel like I'm the limiting factor in the stream here, holy shit. LEMMiNO stood at the Quarry Cave's entrance, wanting to work with Mr. K to take on the Overseer, but unsure how he could even help. Past experiences had shown him that without godhood, any actions taken against an Overseer would only come back to haunt him. With his golden mask removed, LEMMiNO could only remain in place, considering what items he possessed that might be useful and effective. He was left with no choice but to watch the fight between Mr. K and the Overseer as a mere spectator. At the same time, he scanned the area, looking for a way to utterly destroy the existing mirror world. Anthony kept his composure and continued drawing on a blank album. His subject was to be Madam Magician. As he observed Mr. K's movements and listened to each slash, LEMMiNO sensed a slight corruption creeping into his mind. It surprised him that Mr. K could hold off the Overseer to an extent, unafraid of her accusations, armed with the means to harm her. LEMMiNO swiftly hoped that even Mr. K couldn't defeat her. He would at least be able to hold her off. Mustering strength from his waist and core, Mr. K swung his body as he descended, bringing the broadsword down on the Overseer's head. Pearl remained motionless, if not for using mere traversal or another ability, not rolling to the side. She stood firm, her body turning pitch black and dissolving into a constantly dissipating shadow. The dark, enigmatic broadsword plunged down abruptly, silently cleaving the shadow in two. The shadows rapidly encircled the protruding rock, perpetually moving and emerging yet again, writhing, striving to reassemble the Overseer's form. Where the darkness sword had cut her, the shadows struggled to form proper connections, but barely managing to stack together into a humanoid shape. Mr. K sprang up yet again, ready to swing the broadsword gripped in the gaping crack of his mouth. Suddenly his body shrank. The cold black armor encasing him vanished. He reverted to his original form, dressed in a black hood. The precariously assembled shadow gradually shed its color, revealing the human skin and the red dress inch by inch. Dude, Kami's timing is... I finished that sentence right then. His timing is so good. What the fuck? In the shadowy cathedral at an undisclosed location, the Mercury giant, serpent, phantom, hanging in midair faded. The reboot was finished. Perched. It's Will! Perched on a wooden armchair, Loki abruptly thinned and shrank, transforming back into a paper figurine. The paper figurine and armchair then crumbled, disintegrating. Loki materialized in a far corner of the cathedral, magician reappearing to be stillborn. To be still airborne, quickly conjured an alternate self behind him. As Loki reached into the void to pull out an assistant, his jet black eyes began to shift. The blue stained the black, then reverted back to blue, the two colors continually alternating. Loki was paralyzed, unable to summon an aid, allowing the magician to stretch out her right hand and grasp with all her might. The void warped, swallowing Loki, then the two shattered into fragments, buried in a bottomless abyss. Throughout this, Loki's body instantly became ethereal, as if a projection or puppet had been swapped. Hermit, magician, and judgment simultaneously heard a regretful sigh as they witnessed the cathedral itself become ethereal. It seems that it too was a projection. An aged ethereal voice spoke. My wish is for all demigods present to be lost for 3 minutes. The cathedral collapsed and the darkness engulfed the area, devoid of starlight or boundaries. In the special mirror world, realizing Mr. K could no longer maintain his godhood enhanced with a half-giant state in the Overseer, Pearl was close to returning to her human form. Lumine's first instinct was to shapeshift into a shadow being and flee through the growing rift. However, he was unsure if Mr. K had employed any mystical items, and whether the shadow transformation alone would allow passage. As Lumine watched the Overseer's face gradually come into view, her eyes and nostrils both vertically misaligned, a sudden realization struck him. I too can wound her. If Mr. K can, then so can I. My fate is entwined with Termiboris. We are one. I've long known I possess a fake angelic level. The powers and levels I wield won't hold godhood and can't touch an Overseer. But I can do it myself. I shall become the weapon. These thoughts raced through Lumine's mind as a slightly manic grin spread across his face. His blood seemed to boil. In a flash, he disappeared, reappearing beside the Overseer. His eyes had already taken on an iron-black tint, revealing pale spots that marked Pearl's vulnerability. One such spot was just below the left side of her face. Below Pearl's shadow could fully reconstruct the Overseer, a multitude of incandescent white flames burst forth from Lumine's body. Like a rushing current, they poured out from Lumine's eyes, nostrils, mouth, and skin, completely enveloping him. Let's fucking do this! Let's burn as one together! Let's explode together! Lumine, now one with the blazing white flames, swung his fist at Pearl's cheek. Pearl's vertically misaligned eyes betrayed a flicker of confusion before understanding dawned. But it was too late for her to protect or react. She hadn't even returned. Lumine's fist collided with Pearl's cheek, caving it in. As he struck, a wound appeared on his own chest and abdomen, but it was quickly consumed by the flames. Pearl felt the pain, but it was not a mortal blow. In that instant, Lumine's face displayed a sinister smile. It works. I can use myself to strike an overseer. He detonated his right arm using an incandescent white flame as a pre-injected to make it explode. His right fist, propelled by a fierce, blazing flame, pierced Pearl's cheek and penetrated her skull. Cull. The special mirror world with its dark barrier and numerous cracks let out a shattering sound, disintegrating and falling apart. Lumine's head took on an invisible blow, his skull caving and teeth falling out. Deprived of his right arm, he hurled through the air, his entire body wreathed in flames. His face contorted in agony, yet his eyes shone with elation. Success. He beheld a horrific, blood-red wound on the left side of the overseer's face. With the wound, a pale white fog intermingled with the grayish-white brain, the shattered fist ripping it apart asunder and setting it ablaze. As the blazing white flames faded, the overseer remaining right eye dulled and her body crumbled. The cage imprisoning Frank and Jenna disintegrated, and Mr. K, observing this, nodded. LEMMiNO is like me. His fighting style is quite similar to my own. The only shortcoming is that he did not loudly praise the Lord during the final blow. At the same time, LEMMiNO's head buzzed and he nearly blacked out, collapsing to the ground on the verge of losing consciousness. He managed to stay awake only because he had undergone significant digestion of the Reaper potion, as if he had completed another massive call by the ancient tomb. LEMMiNO was thrilled, but he forced himself to stand, shocked and suspicious. He knew the digestion must have resulted from the culling the overseer, but shouldn't a demigod suffice for him to fully digest his potion? LEMMiNO extinguished the incandescent white flames burning within and without, all while examining the overseer's corpse. With his left hand, he retrieved the healing agent and light earring obtained from Yebus, all while examining the overseer's corpse. Just then, the special mirror world completely collapsed and they found themselves back in reality, inside the quarry cave with a fixed entrance. Next to the protruding rock where Pearl had stood, there was no rock or no fog to be seen. LEMMiNO spotted an oil painting hanging on the wall. The painting looked torn and ruined, but one could faintly discern that it had once portrayed a woman in a red dress. We weren't facing a true overseer, but a mere painting using a pixie pathway item. This painting granted the depicted demigod a short lifespan, but no freedom. Is that why Pearl never budged? Dude, it took a fucking sequence 5 oracle of the Aurora Order praising his god, and LEMMiNO, who's fucking damn near has the aura of an angel, and they both got torn apart. And it was a fucking painting, bro. It was a fucking painting. Oh, it's so cooked. It's so cooked, boys. Amidst his bewilderment, LEMMiNO drank the healing agent Yebus had procured from the Great Mother to assure he would survive. At that moment, Pearl's smiling voice resonated. I didn't anticipate my painting falling, but no matter. What is important is the vortex about to manifest. It won't be long before you are consumed. Everyone will be caught up in it. Pearl's voice faded into the depths of the painting, thwarting Mr. K's attempts to track her. It's so cooked. It's so cooked, boys. It's so over. What the fuck do you mean? That was a fucking painting. You're telling me I've been streaming for 4 hours for the ending to be we barely beat a painting? Oh my cringe! That was a great fight though. Kami, seriously, dude. Your fucking music choice and timing couldn't have been. I was genuinely just smiling through half the fight was really cool. I was smiling because of that, mind you. But half of the reason I was fucking smiling was just I'm so fucking proud to have a community that's so fucking good. Oh my, like I couldn't help but smile like, holy shit, why am I so fucking lucky to have you guys? Holy shit, you're fucking, that was so good, Kami. Oh my god, thank you so much, dude. The healing agents, effects, and incineration of the original flames had largely stemmed from the bleeding from LEMMiNO's wounds. Yeah, Unknown, you know what? You're a bitch, okay? I know you're only saying that because you're uncomfortable with emotions. Because you know what? Normally, when I say something, you fucking care. Pay me 256 gigs. Listen, motherfucker, I will mail you 32 gigs of RAM. Okay? Get your one broken RAM stick that's 16 replaced. I'll mail you another 32. Okay? Happy? Just send me your address on Discord. I'll mail you another 32. Let me know what specs you have. I'll mail you some similar set. Okay? Fine. I'm not even gonna question. Are you kidding? That was so fucking good, dude. I would pay the 150, 200 bucks for that fucking RAM. Now, just for someone to do what you did. Okay? I'll take that. Okay? Fuck it. I just won't eat next week. I guess. Fuck it. Whatever. The healing agent's effects and the incineration of the flames had largely stemmed the bleeding from LEMMiNO's wounds. The flesh and blood had started to regrow. Putting on the lie earring, LEMMiNO tried to shift the gruesome hole in his chest and abdomen to a less vital location. As he did so, he stared intently at the oil painting hanging on the rocky wall, his thoughts racing. As an overseer, Pearl is unlikely to directly engage in combat. Has her true form been lurking in the shadows the whole time? Maybe if she did intervene, perhaps she would have been defeated long ago. Furthermore, Pearl doesn't appear overly concerned with capturing me alive. Doesn't the failure of her painting versions indicate that the under-the-table transaction she initiated didn't meet the requirements? She's bound to face some consequences. It's not as if she's a fraud. Coming to this realization, LEMMiNO came up with a guess. Pearl was the only person to mention capturing me alive. There is no other evidence. While this may indeed be a request from another party, it's probably not the only one. It's likely one of multiple requests. That's why after creating the mirror world, Pearl immediately left the painting behind, allowing her painting version to handle us while she did something else. Was she going to carry out the most vital and important requirement? I can't trust a broker's words. Based on her tone, she seems to have succeeded, strongly suggesting she's confident the vortex is on the brink of taking control. Apparently, she wasn't in the vicinity at all. She merely used the link to her painting to briefly speak remotely before vanishing. LEMMiNO felt his theory could account for Pearl's actions and certain details, making his heart sink. If this was correct, if the School of Truth's vortex hadn't successfully halted and was about to manifest, what would happen? Just then, Mr. K approached. I have sinned. I failed to discover the School of Truth schemes beforehand, letting this issue escalate until it was on the verge of erupting. As he talked, the flesh on Mr. K's shoulder writhed, the two pale, slender, damp arms growing out. Not waiting for LEMMiNO to respond, he said, the disturbance will be here. Here will be noticed soon. We shan't stay. Meet me tomorrow morning. Got it, LEMMiNO said. He also intended to head to the safe house as quickly as possible to avoid accidents or attacks by official Beyonders. Once Mr. K teleported away, Jenna, Franca, and Anthony came out of hiding. We should get back to the house, LEMMiNO said. I wonder where the Pride armor is. It would be a shame if we truly lost it. If Pride armor hadn't hit Overseer Pearl's painted self, compelling her to alter her life form and indirectly making the transformed Punisher disappear, Even if Lumion could have found a way to lure out the islander swindler Monet, they wouldn't have survived the following stage long. In that case, not only would Pearl's punishment, but also Anthony's punisher he would face. For Lumion and the others, the Pride armor had performed exceptionally, a sealed artifact of tremendous value. No one wanted it to be lost. If it were human and smart, it would find a way back, but now... Lumion sighed and grabbed Anthony's shoulder. Suddenly, dazzling starlight emerged. The door opened, and out came Magician, Judgment, and Hermit. "You were attacked?" Magician asked, seeing Lumion missing an arm. "Yes," Franco replied on behalf of Lumion, who had only gained enough reprieve from his injuries to avoid imminent death. "The one who attacked you came from Pearl's painted self. Her true form departed to do something else," Magician said. "That appears to be the case," Lumion said. Magician exchanged glances with Judgment and Hermit, their eyes meeting without hiding bewilderment. After a short pause, Magician offered no explanation, starlight gathering in her eyes. A gentle rain fell, soaking Lumion's body and healing his wounds. Nourished by the rain, everyone felt their weariness melt, resembling the power of Madam Night, Lumion thought. "Provide me the details in writing tomorrow." With that, she disappeared. Dude, she's... Listen, I don't want to say she's a bum, but she does such bum stuff. She could have just been like, "Hey, I apologize that we did not foresee this." Just something, man. You're such a shitty boss. Oh my god. Fucking, this is the kind of boss everyone quits their jobs to fucking avoid. You fucking, oh my god. I don't want to call her a bitch, but she's acting so shit. Oh my god. As the darkness around them lifted, Lumion realized they had returned to the safe house in the administrative district. "Madam Magician and the others are perplexed that we were attacked," Anthony remarked. Lumion nodded. "What's perplexing is that Pearl shouldn't be attacking us. It is not unusual for an overseer to be with an under-the-table transaction at the heart of it all." "So what are they perplexed about?" General Franca asked. "They're not perplexed by the attack, but why we were targeted by the painting self. They seem to think that we wouldn't be attacked by Pearl herself. Whether she had intentions or acted on them is irrelevant." The Magician does not care about the feelings of the Seven of Wands. Oh my god. They are not perplexed by... Lumion and the others became lost in thought. Abruptly, Franca said, "The Pride armor! It's in here! It's returned!" As she withdrew her hand from the traveler bag. Did Madam Magician help find it? As this thought came through Lumion's mind, he noticed Franca's action. "Stop!" He couldn't allow Franca to retrieve the armor. "This is a confined room and I'm present." Franca's expression froze, and she stopped moving her elbow. In the mirror world created by the dark void tunnels, Overseer Pearl continuously moved from mirror to mirror, searching for her final destination. If you were a minor arcana, who would you want to be under? This is not even close, and anyone who disagrees, I'm sorry, but you're fucking wrong. Okay? The answer is the sun. The answer is objectively the sun. Anyone who disagrees, I'm sorry. You can have like your own opinions, but you're fucking wrong. That's fine. Her expression stayed calm, thrilled by the calamity, had instead accelerated the vortex formation. Or Audrey? Okay, I'll give you or Audrey. I will give you Audrey. I still think Sun is better, but I will give you Audrey close. I will give you Audrey's close. Everyone else is like a distant third and fourth. Fuck off. Okay, it's not even close. Because he will be forthcoming with details. Because Derek was the one person who was never like, I will withhold information and what will you provide me for it? He was like, yes, so this type of demon is quite common. The way to defeat it is like, it was just like, what am I a fucking Baroque? I'm gonna ask this motherfucker like, I need you to pay me 7 bricks of gold before I tell. Cringe, bro, just fucking help. They're your teammates. Help you out. Oh my god, cringe. Her expression stayed calm, thrilled that the calamity had instead accelerated the vortex's formation. On the other side of the dark, vacant tunnel, a vibrant ball of yarn quietly trailed her. Oh, let's go! I know. Okay, fucking thank God she's not being a... Oh, thank God. The next morning, having sent the letter to magician, LEMMiNO reached psychic headquarters and met Mr. K, both their arms having been restored. Okay, I'm sorry. Mr. K is not even gonna ask? Mr. K is like, listen, bitch, I got my arm because, like, I'm off this fucking psycho pathway. So, like, I get, like, flesh ability. How the fuck you get your arm back? I'm sorry? What? I'm just supposed to let that go? Mr. K, clad in an enormous black robe and hood, Mr. K disregarded this. In a grating voice, he said, "Come with me somewhere." For what purpose? LEMMiNO's demeanor towards Mr. K had become more at ease after their collaboration. First, I wish to atone for this incident. Second, through the idol, I wish to notify the Lord that you have grown and can serve as his envoy. Is he about to become an oracle? Is there no way? Is he about to become there's no way. There, how's it going, man? I don't know if I've ever seen you in stream. What the fuck? Bro, is he about to become an oracle? There's no way. That'd be so cool. He will make preparations, and when the moment is right, have faith in the Lord and trust him completely. Going to a location with the true creator's idol. That's probably fine, right? LEMMiNO bowed his head and said, "It would be my honor." Mr. K came to him and grasped his arm and Mr. K came to him, grasped his arm, and teleported him to the spirit world via teleportation. I'm a lurker, Wiz. I arrive sometimes. Oh, okay. I've never seen you fucking chat in stream ever. I wish I could like see chat logs like you can on Twitch. That'd be so dope. Traversing dense layers of colors and innumerable describable transparent beings, the pair arrived at a cathedral. The cathedral seemed to be located at Sorry. You can see message logs? How? The pair arrived at a cathedral. The cathedral seemed to be located in a deep valley. Its surface was watery black, decorated with many human bones. The top, resembling an EBS cathedral, formed with a hemispheric shape. Click on someone and check channel activity. Okay, we'll do this after, sorry. Mr. K silently entered through the open door, his back hunched. LEMMiNO followed behind. Then he saw the vast but dimly lit prayer hall and an enormous pitch-black cross standing in the cathedral's depths. A naked, live male hung upside down from the cross. Rust-colored nails jutted in into various body parts, each nail stained with vivid red blood. Is this the true creator's idol? LEMMiNO's heart raced as he averted his gaze. What he had seen in the Church of the Fool, the EBS Church, the God of Steam and Machinery, were merely emblems. There were no idols. He'd assumed Mr. K was referring to the sacred emblem as an idol. Mr. K walked until he was 4 or 5 meters from the idol and stopped. LEMMiNO trailed slightly behind and stopped as well. As he made his way from the entrance, he got a clear look of the idol's face. Its nose, mouth, and ears quite blurry, with only a rough outline, but its eyes were quite distinct and tightly closed, as if enduring all the pain and guilt. Mr. K drew a cross on his chest and cried out, Praise you for creating everything. Praise you for shouldering the world's sins." LEMMiNO followed suit in offering praise. Abruptly, his head spun and his eyes burned with a sense of familiarity. What? LEMMiNO's intuition told him that the negative effects of the baneful contract had been triggered. The effect was the scenes intimately connected to Baneful's past. He would witness the truths better left unknown. This place is connected to Baneful's past? Was he once a clergyman of the true creator? LEMMiNO suppressed his curiosity, and he continued to focus on the ground. But his eyes froze. He spotted a blurry, lizard-like creature. The lizard-like elf creature that had appeared in his dream about Cordu. The one that crawled out of Aurora's mouth. It might have influenced Aurora, stopping her from seeking Hela's help in time. At the conclusion of the Tree of Shadow incident, the lizard-like elf had also made an appearance. Why is it here? Now? In the true creator's cathedral? As Mr. K sprawled on the ground, his face pressed against the watery black stone, LEMMiNO looked up, witnessing the pitch-black cross transform into an illusory shape as if it looming over a mountain range's peak. On the indistinct figure hanging upside down, the lizard-like elves crawled in and out, circling and dancing. LEMMiNO watched the scene in a daze as Mr. K's muffled voice resounded. "O merciful Father, I implore your mercy for the transgressions I have made. Volume End. Sinners." Aurora was being influenced by the true creator? But what does that have to do with Baneful? Sinners obviously represents like the true creator, or like us as sinners, and the true creator is like Jesus, who absorbs all our sins, not absorbs, but like takes on the sins of humanity. Basically, I assume saying something to the effect of, you are all under my influence, I suppose, basically. Like, you are all sinners and I am the one who carries your sins, so I am part of all of you. Something to that effect is like my interpretation of it. That's why he kept saying, like, thank you for taking our, taking our sins, or I can't remember how he phrased it, but for bearing all our sins, thank you. It was forgiveness from his sins, yeah. Do you want to know the opening phrase of the next volume? Can you accept such an outcome? I do read the author notes, Seer, yeah. Can you accept such an outcome? No, I cannot. I do, Seer, I do. Fuck, dude, that was a good... Fuck, that was a good stream. What the fuck? Sinners Organization, yeah. That was the obvious one, but that's a much better... That was a long stream, I'm really sorry. It was not intended to be that long. Alright, boys. That's it. Yeah, we made it. When are you streaming volume? There's a few artwork. Okay, we can check that out before I go. It was a slow start to the end, but fuck, that was so good. What the shit? I am guilty, but the Lord carries my sins. Griffith. Mr. K, heavily damaged. Pella not stopping even after most of his body is destroyed, just praising the Lord. Truly. Bro, this motherfucker lost both his arms, grabbed the sword at his teeth and said, "Fuck it, we ball, baby." An overseer cannot be good. Who decided that, bitch? Ah, you ain't that guy. The beginning is so good. Dr. Z, I can't do it at a time like this, because this time I can only do like when I'm not working, So it'll have to be after work. As for what time, I'll let you guys. Yeah, as always. Damn, the True Creator artwork is actually dope as fuck, though. Jesus, like, look at how intricate this fucking chandelier is. What the fuck? Holy shit. No, I know. I always do volume enders at this time, okay? Like around, like maybe an hour ahead, maybe an hour behind, whatever. But like around these times, because I know more people can make it these times. So like I try to make a conscious effort of that always. Like yeah, my whole day gets kind of fucked up because like it's 4 p.m. now, but hey, fuck it. It's volume enders. You only get like, what do you get? Like 12 or 13 of those? No, in all of Lord of the Mysteries and COI put together. What am I gonna be, a fucking bum? Be like, no, I know not that timing. Fuck off. Cat Leia. I don't understand. Which one is... Okay, neither of these can be Gio. They're both equally tall. This is bullshit. Gio should be like this fucking tall. There's no fucking way. Neither of these are Gio. This artwork's... the scaling on this is completely wrong. You're trying to tell me these two are equal at... Gio right side, you standing on the carriage? Bro, I can't... Bro, they're both standing on the... I don't even know what you're talking about. It's been a year since I... Yeah, I know. It's been... Man, it's been March 31st or... What? 15 months since I've started streaming? I know, obviously I know COI doesn't do, like, good numbers-wise and stuff, but I've genuinely been enjoying my fucking, like, the read-through after... Check clips. Oh my, you fucking bitch! What did you do? Hit her, bro! Hit her with the pregnant. Hit her with the pregnant bullet. I'm trying to say something so serious. You have to fucking ruin it, unknown. You dick. Sorry. So. I know COI doesn't do well numbers wise, but like I don't give, like we're having a good time, okay? Listen, the numbers are important. I'm not gonna pretend to you like I don't, you know, it doesn't bother me or like whatever. But it's like at the end of the day, what am I gonna fucking? Ah, fuck it, dude. Listen, you only live once, and at the end of the day, the viewers, the money, all this bullshit, fucking who gives a shit? We're all gonna die. None of it's gonna matter. Who gives a fuck? Let's just enjoy the time we have here. We're all having fun, okay? So fuck it. Who gives a shit beyond that? So, as always, thank you guys, all of you, so much for being here. That was such a good stream. Special shout out to Kami, dude. Seriously, those music changes, the choices, as much as I think the fucking Bleach one is gonna get my fucking stream taken out, you fucking dickhead. But like seriously, those fucking timings were so fucking good, dude, and the choices were so good. Yeah, thank you to literally every single one of you. I think this stream had like the most viewers of COI so far, which is like 30, mind you, which whatever, again, the numbers or whatever, I'm not gonna cry about it. All right, that's it. Thank you so much, every single one of you, for being here. I hope you guys have fun. I know I had so much fucking fun, and I'll catch you guys tomorrow, I guess.